Scan, actually. Rob? All right. Seeing a quorum of voting members, I call the July 13th, 2026 Cincinnati School Board meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Just a reminder, as we are in the summer, we are doing this ourselves.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can't wait for the school year to get back, so we get led by some of our wonderful students. Treasurer Guston, please call the attendance roll.
Ms. Armbruster.
Here.
Ms. Bolton.
Present.
Mr. Crossett.
Here.
Mr. Lindy. Here. Ms. Mapp.
Here.
Vice President Moffitt. President Craig.
Here. Vice President Moffitt, please explain the virtual hearing of the public process.
Gladly. Members of the public who are online and wish to speak during our hearing of the public this evening may do so by clicking the chat button now. The chat feature will be open for your request for 5 minutes. If you would like a direct response to your questions, please make sure to share your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information. If you do have a white form, make sure that you turn this in to Ms. Phyllis, who is raising her hand in the front right now. Thank you.
Alrighty, so a business agenda for today's meeting was provided. I need a motion and a second to approve our July 13th business agenda.
So moved. Second.
Treasurer Gus?
Yes.
Ms. Bolton.
Yes.
Mr. Crossett.
Yes.
Mr. Lindy.
Yes.
Ms. Mapp.
Yes.
Vice President Moffitt.
Yes.
President Craig.
Yes. Alrighty, so we have a approved agenda for today. Do any board members have any acknowledgements or announcements? No? Alrighty. Superintendent Murphy, Treasurer Guston, do you have any acknowledgements or announcements for today?
Yes, sir, I do. I'd like to start with our retirees. Rob, we have quite a few to celebrate and to honor today. And we'll start with Miss Maureen Andrelis, who is a teacher at the School for Creative and Performing Arts. Miss Virginia Applegate, a teacher at James N. Gamble Montessori High School. Ms. Mary Beth McElroy Ballard, a teacher in the ESL/ELL department. Ms. Leah J.H. Bathe, a teacher at the Academy of World Languages. Sandra Bennett Potterer, a teacher evaluator. Timothy J. Burnson, a support specialist at Euler School. Sarah L. Billingmeyer, a teacher at Hyde Park School. Tricia A. Brannon, a teacher at Reese Price Academy. Margaret A. Bryan, a teacher at Roberts Academy. Vicki Cole Jama, a teacher at College Hill Academy. Angela M. Courtney, a teacher in auxiliary services. Miss LaVon Cummings Burrows, a teacher at Carthage School. Daniel L. Dalton, a teacher at Midway School. Mary M. Davis, a teacher at Mount Washington School. Robin Davis, an assistant principal at the Spencer Center for Gifted and Exceptional Students. Kathleen A. Dennison, a librarian at Covedale School. Randall L. Dunn, a teacher at Aiken New Tech High School. Kelly Eldridge, a teacher at Winton Hills Academy. Patrick J. Farrell, a teacher at Gilbert A. Dater High School. Julie M. Frank, a teacher with our auxiliary services. Mary E. Furr, a teacher at Euler School. Natalie R. Gammon, a teacher at Euler School. Meryl S. Ginsburg, a teacher at Roseline Condon School. Teresa A. Glass, a teacher within auxiliary services. Kristen Greiser, a teacher at Pleasant Hill Middle School. Mydell Horan, a teacher at Covedale School. Mary R. Hawk, a teacher at Mount Airy School. Mary B. Hill, a teacher at Dater Montessori School. Candace R. James, a teacher at Schroeder Middle School. Sharonade Jones, a teacher at the Dr. Odell Owens Center for Learning. Elizabeth A. Keener, a teacher with the Department of Student Services. Catherine E. Keith, a teacher also with the Department of Student Services. Brenda A. Quartercamp, a teacher at Dater Montessori School. Eleanor Mallory, a teacher at John P. Parker School, Malloy. Amy Martin, a teacher in the Department of Student Services. Julie A. Mitchell, a teacher at Mount Washington School. Amy E. Mueller, a teacher at Sailor Park School. Tony A. Nailey, a teacher at Covedale School. Gloria Anye, a teacher at Schroeder High School. Marshall K. Owens, a teacher at Hayes Porter School. Monica J. Pleer, a teacher at Midway School. Michael C. Principato, a teacher at Withrow University High School. Willard E. Reed, a teacher at Woodward Career Technical High School. Sonia R. Roberson, a teacher at Sailor Park School. Beth A. Rollison, a teacher in the Satellite Hospital programs. Susan M. Rule Halquist, a teacher at Hartwell School. Jennifer L. Rylant, a teacher at Carson School. Frank W. Sedgwick, a teacher at Walnut Hills High School. Jennifer S. Silence, a teacher at Clark Montessori High School. Beth Seiler, a psychologist at Rockdale Academy. Claire T. Silent, a teacher at Dater Montessori School. Roberta A. Sims, a teacher at Hyde Park School. Annette G. Slaughter, a teacher at Mount Airy School. Christina L. Sochek, a teacher at the School for Creative and Performing Arts. Douglas N. Stevens, a teacher at Hughes STEM High School. Cynthia B. Tissue, a teacher at Covedale School. Trina Tolbert, a teacher at Schroeder Middle School. Kimberly White Cologne, an assistant principal at Western Hills University High School. Melissa L. Wilkerson Stewart, a teacher at Clark Montessori High School. Charles E. Williams, a teacher at Hartwell School. Deborah L. White, a teacher at Mount Washington School. Stacy C. Wright, a teacher at Cheviot School. Yay! Congratulations to all our retirees. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I do have kudos, Rob. I think I have two kudos. First of all, to Winton Hills community and the Winton Hills Academy School, they have been selected for the community makeover that is provided by the Cincinnati Reds, Procter & Gamble, and the Cincinnati Zoo. Congratulations to Winton Hills Academy in particular. And super kudos to one of our teachers, an agriculture career tech teacher at Aiken New Tech High School. Mr. Aaron Parker has been selected as the Southwest Ohio Teacher of the Year. That concludes my kudos.
All righty. And then I believe Vice President Moffitt had a announcement or kudos.
So I did, and I apologize for forgetting this. I wanted to say that myself and Board Member Crossett went to the 2020 graduation, and so congratulations there were two graduates at the graduation ceremony for 2020. Would you like to say anything congratulating them?
Congratulations to the two students, and you know, it's one of the more important graduation ceremonies. The families are there, and each student gets to make a speech, which is impressive. So yeah.
That's always a great ceremony. And then I got an opportunity to tour our customer care center and how they are welcoming in some of our students who need to register, some of our families that need to register. And so under Director Fields, they have transformed the front, and it is, I got a really quick tour, but they're getting the families in and out. And I wanted to make certain that I gave them a big kudos, because I accidentally walked in with the family, and they we all got in and out really, really quickly. So kudos to that team because they've been very, very efficient, and they had the best messages on the wall, and they were very, very, they were doing it with smiling faces. So kudos to our customer care team and that entire department for being efficient and doing it with a smile during stressful summer times. So congratulations to them. That is it.
Well, we turn it back over to you, Vice President Moffitt, for hearing of the public.
All right, okay. So I will, Rob, do we have any, okay, we have that's a record. I think all year we've had people online. So we have no people online. It's because it's July. We're gonna memorialize that moment. And I'm gonna call down some of our wonderful people in person. When I call you down, come on down and have a seat in the front. You will have the floor for 2 minutes. Tiffany Lacour, apologize if I mispronounce your name. Lauren Campbell Kong. Robbie Todd, I believe. Aaron Clark and Jillian Whitaker. Come on down. The floor is yours for 2 minutes. When the mic goes off, kindly stop talking or finish your sentence, and then I'll call the next group down. Please address all of your comments to the chair. That would be President Craig. State your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Lacour, and I'm a parent and a LSDMC parent representative at Fairview. I'm here tonight to respectfully renew my request for an independent investigation into the culture and climate at Fairview. Over the past several weeks, the board has received numerous concerns from stakeholders within the Fairview community. The concerns raised were significant enough for the district to develop an action plan. I appreciate that the district recognizes action is necessary. However, I ask respectfully, how can meaningful solutions be developed before the full picture is examined? An action plan identifies what the district believes should change. An independent investigation determines whether the district has identified everything that needs to change. Those are not the same thing. Since those concerns became public, more families have come forward with experiences that closely mirror those already shared. Many have told us that they stayed silent because they feared retaliation or believed no one would listen. This has become a story of two Fairviews. There are families who have had wonderful experiences at Fairview, and we celebrate that. But there are also families whose experiences have been marked by concerns about discipline, transparency, student support, and communication. Both realities can exist at the same time, and they do not validate one another. Fairview cannot be a great school for some children. It must be a great school for every child. The district has developed a roadmap for moving forward. We are simply asking that you first make sure you are using the right map. Our children deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lauren Campbell Kong, and I too am echoing the request for an independent investigation. This ask has been requested in public numerous times because what we are witnessing is inaction. And inaction is not neutral. Inaction is a choice. When discriminatory and illegal incidents are met with complicity, it communicates that such behavior is acceptable. It allows harm to continue, it erodes trust, and upholds systems that enable illegal conduct, which is not only expressed through overt acts, it is also sustained when institutions fail to respond to said acts with urgency, transparency, and most importantly, accountability. The action plan presented to families on June 29th is performative. At its best, it is an outline for procedures that should have already been implemented. While it repeatedly references restorative practices, it never explains what those behaviors and practices are. That omission is significant. Instead, the plan outlines and relies upon compliance measures that leadership failed to follow last year. Our children and taxpayers are watching how the district responds. I urge you to choose action over inaction and leadership over complicity. When leaders refuse to investigate credible allegations of incompetence and unprofessionalism despite documented evidence, an action is no longer passive, it becomes a decision with consequences. The CPS district has questions to address, whether that involves conducting an independent investigation, making meaningful changes, or both. The district will need to rebuild public trust. As discussions about a potential levy continue, taxpayers deserve transparency and confidence that their money supports an equitable, inclusive, and safe educational environment. The public should ask, as our district leaders and our board members doing enough to ensure that every student is treated fairly and that public funds reflect those values? Thank you. I submit to the record an email from district administration detailing the 30 significant failures that occurred under its oversight of Fairview's current leadership, and written documentation from district administration stating that no investigation will be conducted, that the district is placing its trust in individuals who have already failed us.
Thank you.
I come in peace, and that's a running joke with my good friend, Ms. Bolton. I'm going to do something I don't like to do, and that's talk about me. My name is Robbie Todd. I'm a proud 1982 graduate of the School for the Creative and Performing Arts. I've been around the school since 1975, and I'm really feeling old looking at some of the young board members. I served as president of the Alumni Association way back when. I also served on a GCAEC, that was a public-private partnership that built a new school. And unfortunately, that was a group that tried to change the name of the school. So I led the fight to retain the name of our school. Not too long after that, someone tried to change our iconic logo, which has been around since 1973. I'm going to show you that. And our school colors are black and white. We're the only school in the world that, and I've been all around the world in the entertainment business, that their school colors mean something. In 1973, when the school was founded, to ensure that the school would always be diverse, the school colors were black and white, and that stands for yellow and tan. We were a school of inclusion, so we're proud of that. I'm standing before you now as the newly re-elected president of the Alumni Association, and my vow to you is to serve the alumni and support the school. One thing I do ask, for some reason, someone put red in our logo, so we need your help in taking that out, because again, our school colors are black and white. And lastly, my vow to you is to support the new administration coming in, because I've always said, any principal that comes in, my job is to help you succeed, and I vow that to you. And lastly, I'm here to help you. I've been in the entertainment business for 39 years, so I can help you raise some funds based upon the facilities that you have. It's like the showtime at the Apollo. I'm waiting for the Sandman to come right now. Thank you very much for your time. Call me if you need me.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name's Aaron Clark, excuse me. Good evening, my name's Aaron Clark, and I just come because I'm here actually on behalf of the transportation issue that seems to be an issue. My grandchildren go to Empowered School, and there's 4 of them, and we were told that there would be transportation checks because I provided all their transportation for the year. There would be transportation checks dispensed in May 29th, and that came, and that wasn't true. And then in June, and that wasn't true. And then supposedly they were going to be mailed in July, and that wasn't true. And I tried to explain to a lady who is employed under the roof of this building, I won't say her name, but she let me know today that an email was put out at 1:52 today saying, oh yeah, the checks are still not cut and or available, and they won't be out until sometime in August. But I need you to understand something. My son, who has custody of his children, the same 4 grandchildren, has voluntarily put himself in the hospital. That being said, there's a eviction notice on the door, and the electric's been off for 5 weeks now. I can't help my grandchildren. I don't know who's going to pick up an ink pen and write this check, but I don't think it's fair that the checks, we're just on hold and on hold and on hold. And I live in a 1-bedroom apartment, so myself with 5 young people, because he has 4 and I had one of his other children, I don't think it's fair. So the person I spoke to, the reason I'm here, because the person I spoke to on the phone said, yeah, there's nothing I can really do about it. But ma'am, you're going home to electric and air conditioning and food that can be heated up in the microwave and such. I just don't think it's fair. I'd like to know, what are we going to do from this point forward to help me take care of these children. So if something doesn't, again, I don't want a phone call to come or my landlord to put me out for having these children in there.
Okay, Ms. Clark,
Please just help our situation because it's desperate.
Ms. Clark, we're gonna get you somebody to talk to. Can you step over on this side right here? Thank you. Ms. Whitaker. And I'm gonna, just before you start, I'm gonna call the next set down so you can start coming on down. Victoria Oakley, Tarina Boyd, Courtney Rudenil. I hope I didn't mess that up. I apologize. Sonia Swift. Come on down, and then Ms. Whitaker, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jillian. I'm a CPS employee, parent, and community member. I'm here to plead again for our counselors and social workers. Next year, our school is estimated to have 350 incoming ninth graders, and we just cut our ninth grade counselor and our 910 social worker. At the last meeting, Dr. Moffitt, you asked about what that impact would look like. Even though it's summer, I was at summer school, so I can already kind of see these effects. For example, our resource coordinator was on the 10-month contract, so when we discovered a student who didn't have any clothes, it was up to our counselor, admin, security, and teachers to find money from their own pockets and take her shopping. These situations are going to keep happening once school starts, especially if we cut Project Connect, which looks like, if I look at some of the documents, might be something that's up for discussion. Another consequence that I'm not sure anyone has thought of, CPS has worked really hard over the last couple years to bring in Black men as teachers and support specialists and student-facing positions, and we're starting to see those results. However, those men lack the seniority that other teachers have, and so when our counselor and social worker were cut, our building lost the only 2 young Black males that we have that are in student-facing positions. They're really important mentors for some of our boys, and that's going to be the case across the board because they haven't, we pushed that initiative a few years ago, and so they just don't have the years of experience. My bad. What does this mean for teacher accountability? So how do we improve student academic outcomes when we have kids coming to class whose parent was just arrested, or their brother was murdered, or they were evicted and don't know where they're supposed to go after school, all of which has happened in the past few months at our school. So those supports are gone for them. I can't just send them to the counselor or the social worker. I'm going to have to keep them, and I don't know how to navigate those situations. Also, we're still supposed to be closing gaps and improving test scores. Okay, that's all. I'm good enough. Oh, wait, Dr. Bolton, or sorry, if you said last time you were talking about sending curriculum back to the curriculum councils, and I would really like everybody to think about that because we're always talking about teacher buy-in, and that is the best way to get it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening. My name is Victoria Oakland. I'm one of the school social workers. Here's what a typical day looks like for those who need a better understanding of our role. Again, 5 minutes before the bell rings, I drive around to the surrounding area to clear out local businesses and ensure students are getting to school on time. Bell 1, get a call from a teacher that a student in her class is displaying irritable, defiant behaviors. Can you please check in on him? This is not like him at all. Turns out, student has been identified as homeless and he had to sleep on a cot last night and didn't sleep. Bell 2, can you come down to my room? I'm worried about a student. She has recently been diagnosed with severe mental health disorders and needed someone to process a panic attack with. Bell 3, can a student come to your room and take a break? The student has a TBI and was angry at himself for not understanding the work. We de-escalated and he completed the assignment with our favorite weighted stuffed animal, Slothy. Bell 4, can you hop on this meeting? We need to discuss the seniors graduation process and I need you to follow up with 20 of the bubble kids weekly. Bell 5, this student is really upset today and she won't talk to me. Can you try? She recently became a mother and was juggling too many personal things at once. Advisory, boys group. We discussed street life and what futures will look like. A security guard gives up his lunch to be our guest mentor and help guide the conversation. Bell 7, a student with autism and limited verbal skills gets overwhelmed in her elective class of 43 students. She runs out of the classroom screaming. While de-escalating her, another student with an anxiety seizure disorder is in the hallway and begins to have an episode. Breathing techniques and Slothy for all to help calm the situation. Bell 8, a student feels unsafe to go home and we begin the conversation about why. This is only a snapshot, not even including full details with all the follow-up in between. So in future discussions, in order to align with the new strategic plan moving forward, there has to be a more attractive option than cutting those who are with students as safe supports from bell ring to bell ring. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tarina Boyd, Superintendent Murphy, and, I'm sorry, Gus. Treasurer Gus, excuse me. I'm here tonight, first and foremost, as a CPS parent and a community advocate. Like the families I work with every day through We Excel, I'm here because I'm upset at watching our children pay the price for the confusion in our district. Please note I'm not overshadowing the good work our district has and will do. However, when we watch and attend our board committee meetings, it's clear that the board and administration is not on one sound. We see internal disagreements, conflicting data, and a slow periodic pace that does not match the emergency in our students' needs. You spend weeks debating over procedures, disagreements over administrative reports, and trying to figure out who is writing our documents. Our children are the ones losing. We have to be completely honest about what they are losing. They are losing their future because our students cannot read at or on grade level and are lacking greatly in the supports needed. Literacy is a civil right. It requires a unified front, but instead of transparency and a single locked-in focus on higher student outcomes. With a high focus on reading literacy, parents are met with inconsistent policies, corporate curriculum packages. Parents and families, as well as community members, are doing the work at home and the community, showing up, but we cannot do it alone. We need our board members, superintendent, administration that speaks with one voice, strips away the distractions, adult interests, and puts students' outcome first. Our children don't have time for a divided system. They need collaborative action today. I leave you all with one final question to sit with tonight while you make your voting decisions. If you all cannot get on one side and move with urgency, who is ultimately going to be held responsible for a generation of students who cannot read? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Courtney Rudemiller. I have a child at Fairview. For the past 4 years, my son has been targeted by Principal Rabel. Initially, I took her statements at face value. However, after many more encounters, I began to do my own investigation. I discovered false narratives, embellished stories, overstepped boundaries, and sometimes just blatant lies. She even went as far as taunting my son and threatening him. I went to administration with my concerns. I questioned why my child and other children who looked like him were being met with such harsh punishment. I questioned why almost every time I stepped into the Fairview office, I observed Black children being disciplined. I questioned why staff wasn't reflective of the population of children that Fairview serves, and I was met with silence and also retaliation, especially in regards to his homework and grades. He's normally a straight A student. At the time, I did not possess any data to support my observation, but we have the data now. 130 Black children received disciplinary referrals to 9 of their white counterparts. I question if the 9 white referrals were Black adjacent. I don't have the data for that or the research, but what we do have research for are the lifelong damaging effects of racism on Black children. Racism harms their mental health, physical growth, and brain development. Constant stress from unfair treatment changes how their bodies react to the world. This leads to severe lifelong effects on their daily lives. That's from the Boston Children's Hospital. Racism causes chronic stress, PTSD, depression, anxiety, behavioral issues, but not limited to school and social challenges. Harvard Health states, many Black children face discrimination in the classroom. Teachers may assume they are poorly behaved or less capable. Black students are often suspended or expelled for minor actions much more often than their white peers.
Thank you, Ms. Courtney. Thank you. And before you start speaking, Ms. Sonia, come up. I'm gonna call down the last set. A. Harp and Colleen O'Connor. Ms. Sonia, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sonia Swift. I am also a parent from Fairview, and I just want to come again and respectfully ask that an independent investigation be done into the climate at Fairview. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. A. Harp, and Colleen O'Connor.
Good evening, board members, and everyone else in this room. I come to this microphone tonight as a community leader. I have worked on various campaigns in different offices. I have also worked in the schoolhouse, and I have dedicated my life to youth development. And I'm here to tell you exactly why we have a youth crisis in this city. Because our institutions are fractured by blame. The parents blame the teachers blame the principal blames the union blames the board, and the board blames the parents, and everyone blames the state. And while the adults play the blame game, our children are left on a battlefield with a devastating 30% literacy rate. It is deeply exhausting to have to keep coming to this microphone, not because we lack the resolve to stand here, but because at 30% literacy rate means the system is failing its core mandate. This isn't about assigning blame. It is about demanding stewardship. It's not enough to comfort ourselves by trying to be the best of the failing. We must have a real standard for ourselves. And that standard won't come from pointing fingers. It will come when every single person in this room looks at their own role and sharpens up what they need to do. That is why we are here tonight. And that is why we will be here every time we need to be. Traditional societies used to greet one another by asking a single sacred question: how are the children? But in this district, you answer the question by looking at zip codes and checking tax brackets. You categorize our students as low economic or high economic, reducing human souls to financial metrics. You comfort yourselves with classism, assuming every Black family walking through the doors fits a specific socioeconomic stereotype. But let me shatter your perception with the fact: Black women are among the most highly educated demographic in this country. The Black children you are allowing the system at Fairview to break are doctors, attorneys, community activists, council members, and mayors. They also belong to your very own employees. Yet, when our children are Black, Fairview operates on a default setting of guilty until proven innocent. Take my son Noah. He endured incidents that dramatically impacted his world, and I was never notified by teachers or staff.
Thank you, Ms. Harp. Ms. O'Connor.
I would like to concede my time back to Ashley.
Thank you.
We have repeated instances in this building where no one believed the child until they were finally forced to run the tape back. What happens to a child's spirit when the adults in charge default to suspicion instead of support? Too often, we disassociate ourselves from things that cause problems, but the minute you do that, we have all lost. To look at these children and not see yourself in them, to not see your own children's face in their faces, is a horrendous step backwards. And we are not an angry mob. We are a community that funds your budget and elects your seats. You have managed to turn a crisis of negligence into a much bigger problem of accountability. The question remains, how are the children? Because right now the data says that they are failing under your watch. The floor is now ours. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Craig, that concludes our hearing of the public.
All righty. Superintendent Murphy, Treasurer Guston, you have the honor of introducing our first topic for presentations today.
Sure. Our first presentation is around the budget for fiscal year 27. So I think Mr. Gallahue and Ms. Martin are going to come down as well to join us. If you'll go to the first slide, Rob, please. So just as we get started, just a reminder that our budget really is comprised of two separate pieces. There's an appropriations resolution, and then there's a budget. The appropriation resolution sets the maximum amount that administration is allowed to spend by fund. Board authorizes that. We actually have, on board docs, there's an updated appropriations resolution. I did not see it in the agenda. We don't need to do it tonight. We just need to do it sometime the next couple meetings, so that would give us time to talk through it with finance on Friday as well, so. But the key thing about a budget is a detailed plan, and as we know, plans can change. I think that's important, as we have this conversation, that there are lots of things that will come out through the end of the year that require us to make modifications to the budget. So to remind everyone where we're at, so to date, here are the approvals that were done for the budget. If you remember, way back when, we did legal requirements, we did school-based staffing, both state and federal compliance and CBA compliance. And then last meeting on the 22nd, the board approved a reduction in force, 5 furlough days, a 10% reduction to school non-personnel items, and the elimination of the international baccalaureate program. Next slide, please. Also, just a reminder, things that were significant open items. Last time we met, we had some funding requests into Kid Futures. There was the sale of the wireless spectrum. We were negotiating that with the vendor. There's a grant to support the network model from the Ohio Department of Education. Strategic plan was 3 weeks, kind of 3 weeks past in development. We needed some time to recalculate some of the budget things, especially the furlough, and also actualize some of the placeholders. And then, of course, there was a conversation about transportation costs. So first thing to talk about would be a recommended change to the budget target. So this would be increased revenue. Like I said, this will require an update to the appropriations resolution, which again, we can do in the 3rd. That's fine, but just to give you an idea, the original target, if you remember, was 627.9. We have kind of concluded the negotiations of the sale of the wireless spectrum, changed that number from 2.3 million to 5.74 million. That is net, that is a one-time kind of net change. And then also, I think it's no secret that the board has some property that it's trying to sell. Now, we had planned on that in the fiscal year 26 budget. It has not been completed yet, so feel comfortable moving that to fiscal year 27. We're getting through that part. So our recommendation for the board would be to update the budget target to 634.6 million. So that actually puts us right where we were this year. So we're only about $80,000 difference. I have to say, this is not found money. This is not magic money, as people say. These are sale of real assets that the district possesses. And these are one-time things. These are things that have very low liquidity. So each of these is going to take a while. The wireless spectrum will take probably 3 to 6 months to close on. Same for the sale of property. So the district is really selling assets that aren't part of long-term plans, but this is not revenue we can depend on, outside of this year. So this helps us get through kind of the situation this year. It would increase the amount left to budget from 157.7 to 162.1 million. And again, this kind of puts us right at the budget target we had for the current fiscal year. Another thing that happened between last meetings now is we started our transportation working group. So thank you, Superintendent, for putting that group together. It's kind of a Noah's Ark. We have 2 people from all kinds of groups, but they had their first meeting last Friday. We had obviously the transportation teams there and the treasurer's office. Also Department of Student Services, Athletics, Project Connect, legal counsel also participated. And kind of what we found is all of these different groups have a key role in transportation that's not always well understood or communicated. So we spent about 2.5 hours. It was about 2.5 hours on Friday just going through all the different pieces, learning what each group's role are. Yeah, there's some kind of quick ideas about data sharing and data transfer. But really, the working group has two goals. One is to build a comprehensive budget and forecasting model that we can use going forward. I feel more confident about that today than I did on Friday morning. And the second is to explore cost containment strategies, perhaps recommending changes to services as needed. I will say transportation is a two-way street, so when I say cost containment, it doesn't just mean that we spend less. Could also mean we get reimbursed more. The state does reimburse for some transportation services. There is also some transportation services we're allowed to bill for, either billing other districts or billing Hamilton County Job and Family Services. So we're really looking at the net change there. You know, if we can bill more, if we can receive more money, you know, that's just as good as spending less. Give Ms. Martin a chance if she wants to say anything. She's the chair of our working group right now.
Thanks, Mike. I think this is going to just be like, this is the first step in the right direction of understanding how all the pieces of transportation work together. So I do want to kind of level set expectations that this is a long-term working group to kind of understand everything. And everybody that was in the room on Friday was really excited to collaborate and start collecting this information. So.
Thank you. So transportation is definitely a stay tuned. I'm sure we'll be providing regular reports. You know, I'm sure Finance Committee as well as the board as a whole will want regular reports on this work. So we'll keep you updated. So the next part was completing the budget. So since last board meeting, we've done another complete review of every budget proposal. So thank Mr. Gallahue. Brandon Alexander, who's not here, was also a key person that we went through every budget proposal, reconciled them across multiple systems, actualized the recommendations, including the furlough, including the reductions in force. You know, we do a thing called Spring TAC, which looks at updated enrollment. So that was all part of it as well. So you'll see that in the budget proposal. Also recognize the Kid Future contributions as a contingency line. So I think I apologize to the folks at Kid Future. I think I created some confusion, not my intent, but we have some funding requests out there to the group. Superintendent submitted a couple funding requests, and so just netted that with the administration fees to make it a little bit easier. Obviously, you know, they have final say on how that money gets distributed. So apologize for any concern there. There's no change to the overall picture, just trying to recognize the budget and the places where it will be. After all those changes are done, general fund budget got down to $643.3 million, leaving us a gap of about 8.7. So it's 1.3%, just kind of high level. In that time period, we went from about a $22 million gap to this $8.7 million gap. So we did find some duplications. We found some other spots where we looked at two sets of numbers and were able to reduce them and balance them. So our recommendation at this point is to do another 2% expenditure reduction. You know, this would apply district-wide to the general fund. That's about $12.7 million. Does not mean a cut, so I'm saying expenditure reduction. So there's a couple ways we get there. The first one is some cost shifts. So there are some open grant proposals out there that we have not quite tied down. Definitely work in progress. There's communication with the funders going back and forth. You know, as treasurer, probably the least optimistic about those things. So I count the grant when there's an official grant letter, when a check shows up, and those sort of things. So like I said, I'm the least optimistic in those things, but that's definitely about $4 million of funding that is coming into play. We also have existing budget adjustment mechanisms. So these are things that we do. We've done multiple years. Obviously, at the start of the year, we have a thing called TAC, Teacher Allocation Committee, you know, where we look at the students who show up, where they show up, and right-size the schools. You know, some years that leads to savings, some years that leads to cost. We do budgeted contingency for that as part of our collective bargaining agreement, so that's in there. We've done the last couple of years what we call the non-personnel budget reclamation. So we will slow down non-personnel spending where we can. Another strategy we can look at is compliance-only hiring. So only hiring those positions that are needed for compliance. And then there may be potential to delay some services, toward the end of the year or even to next year. Those are, like I said, those are existing structures. We use those every year, or not every year, but we use them for many years. We used a couple of them this year for sure. Also wanted to talk about some new budget structures. And I think some of this, we want to give some credit to the folks who sent in budget recommendations. We had several groups who sent in a lot of well-thought-out recommendations for the budget. Unfortunately, a lot of those, aren't things that can be recognized immediately, but they're definitely things worth studying. Obviously, we'll continue to monitor the budget monitoring at leadership level, to make sure these reduction targets are met and kept. Something we do as a matter of course, but you can always dig a little deeper. There was an in-source outsource committee that we've had that was very successful in prior years. And so I think, again, this will help. Some of the comments have been about contracts and, work that's contracted out could be brought in-house. So this committee can definitely study those things. I think there were some wins there in prior years. A review of commodity contracts, and this is kind of different than a lot of the contract we review now. There are, I'll call them commodity contracts that we enter into every year. They're for things that aren't very exciting. They're just kind of I'll say the legal compliance or kind of the must-have, the high priority kind of things that are here every year, but just making sure, we right-size them, making sure we're only paying for the exact number of items we have to pay for, making sure there aren't unused features or unused modules, obviously looking at renegotiations. And then some folks had some good revenue generation opportunities. So we want to continue to explore those. Obviously, hard to count any of those in the current budget until you get a little bit further on, but I will say at the treasurer's office, we're reorganizing the accounts receivable function. So this is a good time for us as well. We're adding some resources there to help with billing and revenue stuff. So we've had some conversations. I know student services, we've had some conversations with them about billing and some other teams across the district. So all of those things together are ways, to help us get to where we need to be with the budget. So what you have, this slide is the recommendation by category. There's also a much longer document that this is based on that does the budget recommendation by budget unit. So it has every budget unit, it has last year to this year, shows increases and decreases across all the different spots. If you're in board docs, there's also one that shows full-time equivalent employees out there. And then there's also a school budget document, which I think is the board's been very appreciative to have that in prior years. I will say the per school document is slightly different than the first two, in that we count all of the people in the school regardless of where they're funded. So even if they're technically a centrally funded person, we're counting those in the school, so you can see the total cost to operate that school, as well as the total number of FTEs in that school, and then you can see the number of FTEs to students for each school. And so just to wrap up, here is the budget breakdown. I know we've done this slide multiple times, so thought we would come back and finish with this just to kind of see where things landed.
All righty. So opened up to board members for questions at this point. Anyone has questions? All right. Well, seeing there's no questions out here, appreciate the extremely hard work that's being done here. I know this is not an easy budget this year, and this is especially a challenge. Is there any other things you all want to discuss before we kind of go into some of the additional documents or anything else that we would need to look at for this year's budget?
There is a resolution out there, just kind of I think we've done this the last couple years, that just officially sets what the budget will be at the fund level.
All right. So I see Board Member Bolton.
I appreciate the work, and if I get this right, after the last board meeting, you all went back, did some reconciliation, some review, and also additional cuts where possible. Have these additional cuts, or was it really all about reconciliation or accounting for duplicates, or what work have you done since the last board meeting?
Yeah, I would say not really additional cuts.
Okay.
The first thing we did was we applied the furlough.
All right.
So that cuts across probably half of the district's employees. That was the most, I think, complicated thing was updating all of the salary and benefits information based on that. And then the second half was really the reconciliation, kind of by school, by department, going, piece by piece. Yeah, I mean, we did find a few positions that were duplicated. We found some things where we had discrepancies. We had one set of documents. We had another set of documents going through the discrepancies. We found, this or that. I think a couple things were shifted to other funds, like small things. Like we said, for example, there's a couple positions that we can fund out of our preschool tuition. So there was two employees who were funded out of general fund. We were able to move to preschool tuition. Those are the kind of things we made. There weren't wholesale reductions or cuts.
And you did add to the target. Does that necessitate us going back and having a different resolution with a different number than the number that was passed? What does that entail for the board to do?
The board will, at some point, need to do a new appropriations resolution, recognizing the 634.6.
Okay.
We're not going to spend that in the near future, obviously. So the key to appropriations resolutions is making sure they're done before you spend that amount of money. We're obviously in no danger of that, I think. I think just based on the way the agenda was, and it would make sense to defer that to probably the meeting on the 3rd.
So we did increase, but we increased the target, but it doesn't necessarily change the spirit of the resolution? I mean, is it because there's that additional revenue that you're anticipating or thinking about, or it can
Yes.
improve?
Yes, it's additional one-time revenue for general
Okay.
fund.
Okay, I mean, I think that's important that the resolution, at least the spirit of the balanced budget piece based upon the revenue coming in is, I think, important. And no more cuts as such, but is this saying as you're going to implement this budget, you're going to be looking for continuing savings or or cost avoidance or whatever is the proper, you think I would know the real terminology by now, but I don't. What I don't understand about here, this and 2% would be, it's not like you're going to make 2% cuts. Explain a little, for me, explain a little bit more about what that means as a superintendent and you implement the budget.
Yeah, I think cost avoidance is a good way to look at it. So I mean, the first thing in my mind are those grants that we've discussed, and so those have a potential to either be money we don't have to spend in general fund, or be some shifts. We also want to look at some contracts. We can look at hiring. There is a lot of things that go, and there are things that go both ways. We're building out this transportation model, so that will be a further discussion that we have to, but I think it's premature at this point to try to make any suggestions until we really have a model that we trust. You don't want to cut too deep. We understand very clearly these are employees, these are their lives, these are our students, and so making sure we only cut absolutely what's necessary, when necessary.
So one last, if I could do one more. So with all of that and all that we've all lived through and everyone else has lived through, you said that basically what we're planning on spending this coming fiscal year, is the same amount we spent this year.
Yes. Within 80 grand, so yes.
Okay, and that obviously doesn't take into account all the other things that have been added on, or the increased costs, or inflation, or fuel costs, or whatever, but it's still flat. And generally, for the last how many years have our general fund budgets been reasonably flat, within millions here or there?
Yeah, I
What would you
mean,
think?
we've been decreasing the last couple of years.
Okay.
So you think about like in the $5 to $10 million range,
Out of how,
out
total?
of,
general
out of
fund?
630 to 640. So if you think about those range, again, we're in the 1% range globally, if you think about it. You know.
Well, I think that needs
You
to
know,
be said.
we're in a 1% to 2% range of difference. You know, now obviously, and I think if you remember back to the start of the budget, I said this will be the hardest 1% that we have to work with, and I think we found that's true. You know, every year that there are reductions, it gets harder and harder to make those decisions. You know, there are fewer and fewer options on the table. I think that's one of the things, and one of the slides in the end is to look at, you know, decisions that were considered but not adopted. You know, and that list, I think, gets a little shorter every year.
Great, thank you.
All righty. No, we have Vice President Moffitt, and then I see Board Member Lindy and Board Member Mapp. Follow.
So I was trying to print your addendums out and then look at the presentation. So I just have a couple of questions, and I think I've asked them different ways, but I think I want to say it a little differently. So we're not actually going to have a balanced budget, balanced per se, meaning in, out, that's it. It's going to be, we still have a breakdown of the 12 million that we are going to have to find or something, right? We're not, I'm still kind of confused because now we have the 12.7 million that we have to figure out, right?
Yeah, so our budget, so looking at the budget documents, our budget is balanced, but we're depending on not spending, you know, and we do this every year to some extent. There are things that we know we budget for that we won't spend. You know, this year, that number is higher than previous years, and so we have to either not spend, or we will have to find revenue. You know, and there's multiple ways to not spend. I mean, the easiest way to not spend is find a different funding source, you know, for things that you plan to spend. But, you know, every year we bake in a certain amount of money for vacancies. We know just under the course of business that we cannot keep all of our positions filled. That has been the way for years. We budgeted, I think, around $11 to $12 million this year for that. You know, we hit that at the end of the year. It was close, but we hit that. We budgeted less this next year going forward because we looked at every position, and so we tried to be smarter about that. But we know that's there. Another thing that we know we don't spend is there's about $12 million of purchase orders that carried over at the end of last year into this year. We know not all of those pay out, and so we build a negative in there, you know, based on years of experience. You know, we have more money in that negative right now than we have, and so it's really important as we go through the year to look for those opportunities to not spend.
So how much of this budget relies on one-time revenue, and what's the plan to avoid the same structural issue moving forward?
Yeah, so there's about $6.7 million of one-time revenue built into this budget target.
Okay, so my concern is that we don't find ourselves here again. Well, I mean, we're gonna find ourselves here a little bit, a little bit, because to your point, we always find ourselves a little bit here, but this was kind of like an ouch, you know, a little ooey ouch, but I don't want to be continuing the ouch, you know, as bad as we've hit it this far. So I'm wondering, how do we prevent this? So in looking at the addendums, we've got the 2%, and I'm wondering, how do we measure those from where we've been to where we are looking to go? And I was thinking, okay, so then technically we're not really balanced. And so transportation has always been the bane of our existence, unfortunately, and it will continue to be. But do we have an idea on, are we going to outsource that? Are we going to, like, I know you all don't have a recommendation, but it feels very uncomfortable to not have some sort of idea and just have a working group. I think on some level, that doesn't make me feel very comfortable that we only have a working group convened, but we don't have an idea of a number. And so when can we expect some sort of number to really materialize that we're beyond just talking and we have some real figures around that?
So a couple of things, a couple of your points. I think the first point about how do we not be back here year over year? I think honestly, next year's budget conversation, I think is a lot different conversation. You know, there's no new funds coming from the state. There's probably no new funds coming from the federal government. You know, to use a phrase Superintendent Murphy has said many times, you know, we've cut all the paper clips. So next year's budget conversation is really, unfortunately, about cutting things that are really going to cause pain. And we don't have to talk about that tonight, you know, I think, but that is a point. To talk about transportation specifically, you know, we carried over, you know, their initial budget, so it's not like we didn't budget zero for it. You know, we took what was in there, but we didn't feel comfortable at this point, you know, really making a recommendation. I know the committee's got some meetings coming up. I know we had a date. Do you remember, Superintendent, the date you were?
So we were trying to have a recommendation to the board by the August 3rd meeting. So we talked about the very end of July.
I think we might have a few ideas by the end of July of where we can save money for this budget. I think this will be a longer-term process to really understand how the pieces fit so that we don't think we're saving money, but then we're seeing costs skyrocket in other areas. So, you know, if we're saving money on this hand and adding it in this hand, what are we really doing? And that is one of the biggest intents of this working group, is to understand how all those pieces actually fit together and not just say, well, we'll save this money and not in accounting for the raises in other places.
Well, it feels better that you'll have something maybe tangible to present, like a skeletal framework or something at the end of July, than to just say, hey, we're getting together, we're ideating, and that's it. I mean, at least,
Yes,
you know,
yes.
you'll have something to present.
We have a next step process already.
Thank you, that feels better. The strategic plan, that was in there before, and now it's not, what's the funding for that? It did kind of disappeared, has it been deferred, removed? What's the potential for that with regard to the budget? I didn't see that part in there.
I think that is a to be determined, for sure. You know, as we'll get a strategic plan update here momentarily, but I think that's one of those costs. That's one of those costs that as we get a little further along, we'll start to work through. I think there is some money in some grants, I think, to do some of this. I think part of what, you know, not to steal thunder from the strategic plan presentation. I know they're coming up, but one of the projects that's going on right now is looking at each of the strategic priorities and determining how much money we're currently spending on each of those. And so again, a recommendation might be that we spend the same amount of money, but we spend it on different things. So as we go, or a recommendation might be we spend more on priority 1 than we are today, but we spend less on priority 2 or 3. And again, we're not there yet, and I don't want to preempt that presentation, but we've had conversations and thoughts about that.
Okay, and then I just had like the school budget attachment, it was great. And it lists the school, it had enrollment, the per pupil allocation, but there wasn't a comparison to fiscal year '26. So it would be really great to see, I didn't see that. So it would be great to see which schools gained, which school lost, which, were the biggest reductions. If that could be a comparison there, that would be great for me, because we should easily be able to see red lines showing from '26 to '27 by school. That would be great. And then the per pupil cost per school would be great to see it. Was it special ed versus this one, alternative schools, all of that. And then one last thing. It talked about monitoring and the things that administration would do, cost containment, committees, reviews. To me, those are management activities, but not necessarily bringing that back for a financial outcome for the board. The boards should be more interested in the financial outcome, not the management piece of it. And that is an activity for management, but for us, it should be about particularly the cost. How much is that going to cost us? How much is that going to save us? And so that's just one step further that I think we would need is if you're going to have a committee, what's the expected savings of that? If you're going to look at contract renegotiation, what's the expected savings of that? That to me is what our role is and where our interest should be, and not the fact that you're forming a committee, but what is the expected outcomes for that? And that's what I just didn't see. But I think other than that, those were my only questions as far as that goes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, and then I think we went Board Member Lindy and then Board Member Matt.
Thanks very much, President Craig. I primarily wanted to just share gratitude for the hard and painful work that the administration has done, both the superintendent and the treasurer's office. I don't think there's any easy place to look to make the kinds of cuts that we have had to make. And I will speak only for myself. I'm not looking forward to making any of these reductions. They are incredibly painful. And I hope very soon we're in a position where we can talk about how to invest resources in ways that make a difference, as opposed to how can we cut to make sure that we balance a budget. So I know from our meetings a little bit about how difficult this has been. I'm sure I don't know all of the pieces about how difficult this has been, and I want to say thank you. The other piece of gratitude I wanted to share, in our last board meeting, I was bringing up the point that in a budget context like this, where we're making so many cuts, there is a particular need to find wherever we can to be strategic about what small number investments that we can make actually would make the biggest possible difference for students. And one of my questions then had been about some of the federal title funds and whether we could use some of those federal title funds in a way that would, I think, make a really significant difference. And so the gratitude that I wanted to share was that since the last meeting and this meeting, I've got a great response back from the treasurer's office about the budgeting process for all the title dollars, but Title II in particular. And for people watching or people at home, many of the federal title dollars have all kinds of strings attached to them. So you can't use them for anything. They're only able to be used for very specific things. And so when it comes to Title II, parts of Title II are for the professional development and professional learning of teachers. Do I have this right so far?
Recruit, retain, and yeah, improve teacher quality, all those things are Title II.
So improve teacher quality, broadly
Yes,
conceived.
broadly,
Okay, so not just PD, but improving teacher quality, federal funds. And unlike our state monies that have gone down, the federal dollars on the whole have stayed about the same. I think there might be a little bit more in Title II than there used to be, but not a lot more. Is that right?
Yeah, we got slightly more Title II this year.
That's great. So I just want, I appreciated the response to the request for information that I had filed. And it looks like we are going to be able to level, not increase the amount, but keep the same kind of investment in professional development for teachers as it relates to the curriculum. I want to make sure I'm saying that right.
Yeah, looking at the budget, we kept, honestly, most of that budget is for professional development for teachers, so.
That's great. I don't want to say how much I appreciate that. I think that is a good example of trying to find where we can be strategic with the resources that we have. I wanted to say just two last pieces about this. I had a good exchange with Board Member Crossett about what exactly is this professional development and how is it like certain kinds of professional development or not like others. And I found a good 1 or 2 sentence description of what I'm trying to describe, and so I thought I would read it. This is off of a website called Rivet, R-I-V-E-T, education. Rivet is not a vendor, so they're not trying to sell us anything, but they are describing the thing I'm talking about. And they call it curriculum-based professional learning. And it says curriculum-based professional learning supports and strengthens instruction that leverages high-quality instructional materials. It's uniquely powerful, connecting content knowledge and instructional strategies to the materials teachers actually use in their classrooms. So it's about as embedded and on the front lines as you can get in trying to help teachers deliver rigorous content. The last thing I wanted to say on this is I think there were some, in this response to my request for information, the treasurer had said there was some uncertainty about whether CPS would use the same vendor or a different vendor this year. I think what I wanted to just say from my perspective is I am vendor agnostic so long as it hits this purpose. One of the things I like about Rivet is that they evaluate all the firms out there that are trying to sell this to districts, so you can look and see what scores the different vendors got. So just to answer your question, Treasurer, or Superintendent, from my perspective, this could go any number of places. I think it's the purpose behind it that I think is so important, and not easy to find that in this budget. And so I wanted to say again, thank you for the hard work. I voted against the appropriations resolution at our last meeting. My plan is to vote for this one because I appreciate the hard work that you've done, and I appreciate that we have a plan on this particular issue. So thank you.
Can I just share with you, Mr. Lundy, I do want to present to the board in near future, Dr. Smith was able to do the analysis of the teaching lab as the vendor we used 25, 26. I do want to share that with you, and we have not finalized whether we'll continue, they would like us to, or we'll look a little deeper. And the other piece that would probably be helpful to you and the public is this whole conversation is really a piece of what's coming out of Priority 1 with the new strategic plan. So earlier, Dr. Moffitt asked the question, how will we fund some of the strategic plan? I think it just kind of being creative with what we know we have right now, or maybe doing things a little differently or applying things a little differently until there is the potential for new money to be able to work deeper with the strategic plan.
That's great. Now, I lied. I like one sentence, and then I will be quiet. Part of the reason I think this is so important to do now is the timing, because if there's going to be professional development support offered to teachers, offered to principals, so good to get it at the front part of the year so that it can stick for the full instructional year. So we didn't get up and running till later in the year last year. I'm cautiously optimistic that we can get a jump on this and get it the biggest impact possible. Thank you.
Board Member Matt.
Okay, yes, so thank you for the presentation. My initial question is very similar to what Board Member Moffitt, presented, and I'm just still trying to make sure that I'm clear and tracking with you all. So you communicated, Treasurer Augustine, that the budget is balanced, correct? And
Yeah, we are balanced to the appropriate, what will be the new appropriations. But it requires us to continue to control costs through the year.
okay, all right, and so that is through that monitoring process that you were communicating, and is it also reflective of that 2% expenditure process as well?
Yeah, it's kind of all one and the same. 2% is actually a little more than we need, but I thought if we could build ourselves a little extra for transportation or anything else, we would do that. I mean, this is an interesting budget year because we have so many moving pieces at once, you know. I thought this would be easy because there wasn't a state biennium budget. But you know, we're doing these things, you know, we've got, like I said, we've got some grants out there, you know, that are coming in, you know, we have requests out to Kid Future to do some things. You know, we've got some people with, you know, really good ideas on other things. And so just not slashing more than we have to, but just controlling it over the course of the year.
Okay, thank you. And so as we talk about the different grants that have been made available, I don't think that everyone is aware of what those grants entail. And so if you or Superintendent Murphy could provide some explanation around those particular grants and their use.
One is the grant I share with the board and the public from the state in order to implement the network model, which is $2.8 million. One that came new to my knowledge over the last week or so was one coming out of Dr. House's shop, Boost, but I don't think we have those dollars in-house yet, which is why the treasurer is being reserved about it. Those are the two off the top of my head I can think of.
And the third one is expanding opportunities for each child is a federal grant that we get. We got notice that we're getting an extra $400,000. This year, I think the state reallocates funds that aren't spent. And so we have to spend it pretty quickly, but you know, I think Assistant Superintendent Randolph and her team are kind of they're the ones who generally manage that grant. So they're working on that as well.
Okay, thank you. And so with these particular grants, they obviously have to be used for their intended purposes. There can't be any supplanting of funds there, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Every grant comes with strings. And so,
Absolutely.
yes, part of the work is making sure what you're doing fits what the grant wants it to do.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then I am very interested in the Boost grant for positive school culture. As we know that we've gone through the budget cycle and many iterations of it. And as we're talking about, you know, our school counselors and school social workers, I'm curious and I'm interested to know if there's opportunity there to support, you know, our school counselors and social workers, maybe for employment, right? We had to RIF several. And so I'm wondering if there's opportunity and Dr. House, if you could share as well for additional support to be available for that space. Yes, please, if you.
Comes Dr. House down from the upper deck there.
Hope I didn't put you on the spot.
Put me on the spot. That's okay. That's okay. Good evening. So we do have great news. This is coming through the Ohio Associations of Health Plans. And so we are working with the state as a pilot. The whole intent of the pilot is to really focus on chronic absenteeism and what happens when school networks, health networks, behavioral health networks, and community come together. So the big focus on this pilot is to build communication pathways between the school system and our health partners. And so at the very highest extent to be able to share an outcome would be Manisha's child goes to the doctor and the doctor's able to pull up to say, hey, we see that your child's been absent from school for a couple of days. Is this because of their illness or what have you? And we can do problem solving and more coordinated services. So that's what this is about. The pilot opportunity will allow us to support with staff regarding the social worker work, because a portion of this pilot is to serve as a model and a framework for the state, that when you put these specific infrastructures in place, this can occur in any district throughout. So not only will this help us with our social work as well to support with some of those positions that we were trying to look to see how we can fund, but this will also help in our ITM space with some of the coordinating and the networking and some of the processes and supports around how we're doing attendance, how we can be more streamlined, how we can help support, how they could help support. Are there any enhancements that we need with our SIS to be able to do this? And so we're really blessed to be the only district in Ohio that's used as a model to do that, to do this work.
Thank you for sharing that, and I think this is like exceptional work to be shared out, and again, especially as we are trying to make sure that we have wraparound supports for our students, and we are able to do it in a manner that is more streamlined to ensure that they are getting the care and resources and support that is needed, and we are also getting grant funding to do that. So thank you again for this heavy lift, especially being the only district to be able to have this opportunity. So I think that we really, we all have to work together, work really hard to make sure that this initiative is successful.
Yes, and so more information to come. This initiative has been tested in large metropolitan areas, Philadelphia, DC, and it was very successful, not only supporting and improving health outcomes for students, but also reducing chronic absenteeism over time. So we're looking for that same success. I know CPS, we're very competitive, so I know that we will do well. And we know that under the superintendent's guidance, we'll definitely have more information to come because there will be new things that will come out, and we just want to keep you informed of the consents and some of the incentives that we'll be able to use with this. And we hope that this helps us to get more information and updated information from our parents as well. And so we're just excited about this opportunity. It comes right along with, in alignment with improving student attendance and engagement and some of those community pieces and involvement with our families and better connectivity with our community partners. This one runs really in alignment with what we're doing currently with Children's Hospital. So there is no competition. And so we're just really appreciative and thankful that this came right at the right time.
Absolutely, and it's definitely in alignment. Again, I know that we're going to be hearing from our presenter from Bellwether, but it also directly aligns to that strategic plan priority. So I'm excited that we're seeing some alignment to be able to move this work forward. So thank you again, and thank you for sharing out.
You know, again, as a district, we like to be a trendsetter, not a trend follower, and so it's good to hear us stepping out there. I just want to make one quick point and then, or well, 2 quick points, and then I will gladly seek a vote on the resolution to accept the budget. I think one quick point, though, is that we have to be thinking about this earlier in this next couple of years. And so as we get the strategic plan completed, and I'd love to see some of the priorities that'll be part of that presentation, so I won't steal the thunder from it. But the reality is that we have to be thinking about how we operate the district in a different manner for future years going forward, because we cannot operate and try and innovate through an old model. And I think that's one of the struggles we've existed under, is that we have lived through trying to add as opposed to trying to make it work within what's necessary. So I think that'll require more input on the front end, but may actually get us a better budget through a more thoughtful process. The second thought that I wanted to have, and I think this is an example, the Boost Grant is an example. There are opportunities for us to partner with folks within our community more that would give us actually better information on how we can address issues for our students. And so I think of the conversation I just had when I was at the Addiction Response Steering Committee for Prevention. We were having that exact same conversation of them trying to figure out how we get the information about what are students doing with drugs and alcohol, and how is that affecting those things? What are the traumatic situations that students might live through? What are the health issues that might take someone into that lifespan, and how those things affect, and how do we start to prevent those things? And I think part of that goes right into that conversation that we're seeing, which is that we have more opportunity to do that if we're using the partners who may have information we don't have that maybe would connect us and better align with some of the work that we're doing. So I appreciate us kind of taking what is a crisis, which is our budget, which has not been an easy budget, which has been very challenging and hard for a lot of folks in our district, but as an opportunity to rethink how we operate as a district to ensure that we're both getting better results for the students, but also that we're maybe utilizing our partners in a better way that doesn't necessarily always cost us a dollar. And so I think sometimes we always think about it as costing $1, and it really, sometimes these things have been sitting there in front of us and just no one coordinated it. And so I think it's a great opportunity. But I will now open it up for a motion on the resolution to adopt the FY27 General Fund Operating Budget.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay.
Second.
We've had lively discussion, and so I will turn it over to Treasurer Guston.
Ms. Armbruster?
Yes.
Ms. Bolton?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Vice President Moffitt?
Yes.
President Craig?
Yes. All righty. I think Treasurer Guston has expressed that the appropriation, while we can vote for it today, we also can wait until our next meeting to do so. I don't think there's necessarily a mercy need, but if someone would want to do it today, I'm not opposed to it.
What's the benefit of waiting?
I don't see any benefit to wait. It'd be great to close it if that pleases the chair.
Happy to entertain a motion.
I'd like to make the motion to adjust the previous adopted appropriations to the new number, and that new number was, Treasurer?
$634,600,000.
I so move.
Second.
All
Vice
righty.
President seconds.
All righty. And there is actually on board docs, the amended with the new values attached. So
Yes.
Yes,
just for the
it was
record.
posted to board docs. Just point of clarification for everyone. That is the only numerical change to the document. However, because the state did not think that school treasurers had enough other work to do, there are some changes to what's called the USAS system, which is clarification. And so the state did reclassify some funds. No one outside of probably an auditor cares about this, but there is some reclassification of funds. But the only number that changed on this resolution was the general fund.
Cool. All right. So we have a motion. We have a second. Treasurer Guston, do your thing.
Ms. Armbruster?
Yes.
Ms. Bolton?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Vice President Moffitt?
Yes.
President Craig?
Yes. All right. So we took care of two items there. Our next presentation, so I'll bring down our folks from Bellwether here, but our next presentation is on the strategic plan.
Yes, we're so blessed today to have our partner here from Bellwether, Ms. Akeisha Craven Howe, is in person today. And as she comes, I want you to know that we have a very long work session scheduled for tomorrow to do deeper dives into what she's going to be sharing with you today. Welcome to Cincinnati.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to be back in Cincinnati and great to be in person with the board this evening. I'm excited to share with you an update on our progress working with the superintendent and her team and the broader community to develop the district's next strategic plan. It is quite a bit of content, but we are engaged in quite a bit of work. And it is moving along as planned, and so excited to share that update with you. If you take a look at the next slide, you see that our goals today, one, again, just to share the update on progress, but we also have some early community feedback that has been collected through town halls and a survey in response to the emerging plan, and want to make sure to share that with you. And then also just share the work that is ahead of us as we move towards bringing a plan to you for a vote in August. On the next slide, you see just briefly an overview of the 4 interconnected pieces that we are working toward that comprise the strategic plan. The first being that externally facing strategic plan narrative, how you will communicate to audiences what the strategic plan is. This is often what districts will see posted on their website, shared with partners and funders, used to explain the plan to families and community members. And so we'll talk a little bit about the anchor components of that plan today. And then the next three are really more internally facing, though parts of it will be shared more broadly, and that is the implementation roadmap. We know that a strategic plan is only as good as the effort to execute it with high quality and fidelity to the plan. And so that implementation roadmap is an important tool to do that. The next is the financial model. This is not a fixed and finite price tag for the strategic plan. Instead, it is a decision-making tool to help the superintendent and her team, as well as this board, make decisions about where you might make trade-offs, where you will make investments to scale the strategic plan. And then finally, the performance management framework. We know that this is a multi-year strategic plan, and we don't want to wait until the end to know whether or not it is successful. Instead, we want to make sure that you have measures, and not even just annual measures, but things that you can measure throughout a given school year to monitor performance and to know whether or not the actions you are taking are having the impact that you intend and leading towards the student outcome goals that you've set. And so that is the purpose of that last piece of performance management framework. You see here a slide that you've seen a number of times before. It just shows our timeline. We are on track to where we thought we would be at this time as we transition from phase 2 to phase 3. You see a couple of, boxes highlighted there around stakeholder engagement, which I'll share a little bit about this evening. And also as we move into phase 3, planning for implementation, really in broadening engagement beyond the steering committee to include additional school leaders and teachers to help inform that implementation plan. All right. Moving into just an update on the externally facing strategic plan, I've shared with you before draft graduate profile statements and intended impact statements. Those have been repositioned as the CPS promise. That is the statement of the district's longer-term North Star, what you are working towards on behalf of all students before they graduate from Cincinnati Public Schools. As well as the 2030 commitment. That is what the district is committing to over the next 4 years and by the end of the strategic plan. And then the 4 strategic priorities. They are all framed in terms of what every student can expect from the district. In close partnership with Rice Education Consulting, or REDCON, we were able to facilitate 4 town halls last week, including a virtual one, which I believe was recorded, and the meeting link is posted on the CPS website for folks to go back and view that if they were not able to attend any of the town halls. And also we are administering a survey, and that survey is still open for anyone to take and respond to these important anchors of the strategic plan. It is linked on the CPS website as well. So far from the survey, the feedback is positive, and we would really like to hear from more members of the community. So far, we have heard from 132 individuals who have taken the strategic plan, and you can see the ways in which they identify themselves on this slide. You will note that the numbers add up to more than 132, and that is because an individual was able to select all of the descriptors that applied. So for example, someone who took the survey might associate themselves as a parent, a teacher, and an LSDMC member. And we wanted to know all of the different ways that each person who took the survey connects with the district. One of the culminating questions in the survey was the extent to which survey respondents agree that the CPS promise, the 2030 commitment, and the 4 priorities together address the most pressing needs of CPS students, either extremely well or very well. Of those who have taken the survey as of end of day Friday, We may have had more over the weekend and today, but as of end of day last Friday, 72% agreed that the CPS promise, 2030 commitment, and 4 priorities together address the most pressing needs of CPS students extremely well or very well. Digging into responses related to each of those components, the response to the CPS promise has also been very positive. You can see that 82% agree that the promise reflects what they want for every CPS graduate, and 76% agree that the promise is easy to understand. Across all of these statements, we got a lot of feedback that it would be helpful to simplify the language. And so we will be very attuned to that as we take the next pass to finalize it. You can also see I've pulled out some of the open responses, and I've highlighted a couple here from LSDMC members, parents, teachers, and community members. Across feedback on the CPS promise, we heard things like making sure that all students benefit, regardless of what school or neighborhood they're in. We heard questions about making sure that exceptional children and students with special needs are included intentionally in the promise as well. And we also saw lots of feedback that pushes us to focus very intentionally on implementation. This promise is great on paper, but it is only as good as the work that sits behind it to bring it to fruition. Related to the 2030 commitment, there was also relatively high agreement that the commitment represents the right focus for the district over the next 4 years. 83% either agreed or strongly agreed that the commitment is easy to understand. Again, you can see some of the feedback from parents and teachers which push us towards ensuring the expectations are set high. There was some concern that saying, simply offering a safe place where students are known is necessary but insufficient. And so wanting to make sure that the expectations and the goals were set reasonably high and had high expectations and aspirations for students. There was a push to make sure that actions are clearly defined and also measured. And so when I see feedback like that, I know that this phase 3 work is as important to the community as the overall plan, because those are exactly the kinds of things that we are working on in phase 3. We also asked survey respondents to share the extent to which they agree that each priority is either extremely important or very important. And you can see across those 4 priorities that agreement ranged from 89% on priority 4 all the way up to 95% on priority 3. So that tells me that that the strategic plan is directionally correct. We have work to do to refine the language, but in terms of where we thought we would be at this point in our planning effort, our work to date is resonating with the community. That said, I do want to emphasize again that we welcome more feedback via the survey, and that survey is still open and posted on the district website. On the next slide, it's a bit of an eye chart, but really what I wanted to show here is agreement with each of the priorities by constituent and how they identified themselves. And so you can see for each priority, there's a bar for teachers, community members, LSDMC members, all the way through CPS alum. And the percentage you see there is the percent of each group that rated each priority as either extremely important or very important. And so the takeaway here is, it's not as if the aggregated levels of agreement is hiding kind of discontent of any given group. But instead, by each of the groups of survey respondents, we see relatively high agreement with each of the 4 priorities. Over the next couple of slides, I've already voiced over these as I've gone through the survey responses, but we saw pretty consistent themes around implementation and accountability, which is the work that we are engaged in now. making sure that teachers, that their voice is included and that their support needs are explicit in the implementation plans. We've talked about the equity across schools and students, and then the intentional engagement of families and communities. On the next slide, you will see that as we held those 4 town halls, 3 that were in person and 1 that was virtual, we were able to see more than 300 community members across those town halls, and much of their feedback was consistent with what we saw across the survey as well. So as we look at the next slide, next steps to get us to kind of the next iteration of this externally facing part of the plan, we will integrate the feedback that we heard from Town Hall and the surveys into the promise, commitment, and priorities. We have, as Superintendent Murphy mentioned, a working session with the steering committee tomorrow and 1 more at the end of July to get further clarity on these priorities. So we'll move now to the internally facing tools, the implementation plan, financial model, and the performance management framework. And so to the extent that the externally facing strategic plan answers the question what the district will do over the next 4 years, these next 3 parts of the plan answer the question how the district will do that work and how you will know whether or not it is having the desired impact. We'll move to the implementation plan. We can skip to slide 16, please. We have put together inclusive working groups, 1 group for each of the 4 priorities to help us flesh out the implementation plan. Each group is comprised of classroom teachers, school leaders, and central office leaders. We will meet with each group 3 times in July and August, and in fact have a full day working session with these groups tomorrow. The rest of my team is joining me here, and we will be working with each of these groups to develop an action plan for the next 12 to 18 months. The working groups will be collaborating to answer questions around what success looks like for each of the initiatives, what existing work is there that is aligned to the initiative, what new work is needed, and what resources are required to do that work. In addition to tomorrow's working session, we are also having a follow-up session later this week with just teachers, so we can make sure we have an additional opportunity to hear their voice and make sure their role-specific insights and priority-related needs are captured. And we have a similar follow-up conversation with just principals this week as well. Moving to the financial model, we can go to the next slide. The financial model is a tool that is intended to help district leaders make decisions about how you will fund and scale, how you will fund the strategic plan, given decisions that you make about scale and reach of each of the priorities and initiatives. The work that we are doing right now is around mapping existing budget, so FY26 spending, to the 4 draft strategic priorities. And so we are working closely with Treasurer Gustin, as well as budget owners across the district to tag existing expenses to work that is aligned with the strategic plan. Again, the intent here is not to kind of place a fixed or finite price tag on the strategic plan, but instead to codify the inputs and decisions. Things like how many, for example, if we think about priority 1 around high quality instruction, to the extent that that work is dependent on leadership coaches, we will model what it looks like to scale across the number of schools, grade levels, and content areas so that you can see what the cost of that priority is, and that part of the priority is depending on the decisions that this body makes about the number of schools, grade levels, and content areas you will focus on in a given year. We will also be working with Treasurer Augustin on 3 scenarios. So scenario A is the instance of no new revenue to the district. And so then what does it look like to fund the work within the district's current and go forward budget? What trade-offs need to be made and at what scale? We will also be looking at 2 scenarios that consider new revenue. One where new revenue is available in fiscal year '28, and another where new revenue is delayed until fiscal year '29. We really appreciate the work of budget owners who are tagging their resources to emerging priorities. It is a significant amount of data that we are asking for them, and they have been hard at work doing that. We've asked them to complete that by end of day tomorrow, and then we will resume our work with Treasurer Augustin just to go through that and review for accuracy and alignment to the priorities and initiatives. And then we will use that data to cost out specific investment moves tied to things like staffing ratios and a phased rollout of the strategic plan. The last part of the deliverables is the measurement framework. You will see here on this slide how it builds on the other pieces that we've already talked about. So those intended impact and outcome goals, the priorities, initiatives, and the associated action plan, all of that informs then the measurement plan. On the next slide, you see the 3 types of measures that we are working with each of those working groups, and then also the steering committee and superintendent to develop. So the first is around district accountability measures. These are those lagging kind of year-end measures that you are used to seeing, but that are not always very actionable within a given school year. They also don't tell you very much about which investments are contributing or not contributing to those outcomes. And so because of that, we want to have practice metrics. So those practice metrics tell you, are you implementing the work the way that you intended, both at the central office level and at the school level? And that'll give you some insight into whether any gaps in outcome are an implementation challenge because you aren't doing the things that you intended to do, or whether you're implementing and it's not just resulting in the outcomes that you expected. And when we talk about outcome metrics, we want both leading and lagging indicators. So what are things that you might expect to see as an intermediate outcome of the work that you are investing in that would give you some confidence that the work that you're prioritizing is leading towards and contributing towards the outcomes that you want. That was a lot. And I welcome your reactions and questions and good pushes. Over these next approximately 4 weeks, we'll be working closely with the superintendent and steering committee, as well as the priority working groups to finalize all 4 aspects of the deliverables for the strategic plan.
Alrighty. Again, thank you for being in person today. I mean, while it is lovely always to see your face on the screen there, it is better to see you in person. So we'll open it up for board members who have questions, thoughts they would like to share. Board Member Armbruster.
So nice to meet you in person. Thank you so much for the work you've been doing for our district. Greatly appreciated. I have a question. On slide 19, you talked about how the budget owners are due to provide feedback to you guys by end of day tomorrow. What is the turnaround that you anticipate for you to be able to analyze, plug all that in, and provide the district back with how it fits into these different scenarios?
I mean, as soon as the tagging is complete, we can give preliminary data on kind kind of the percent breakdown of the budget that is aligned to each of the priorities. We do want to just go back and do kind of a quality check and kind
Absolutely.
of and pressure test it.
Yes.
Make sure that the expenditures are very tightly aligned and not loosely aligned to these priorities, and we expect to be able to do that over the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, perfect. I am not trying to rush you in any way. I want this to be your best quality work. I asked the question very specifically because we have these levy resolutions on here today, and I know we are all very antsy to get a levy on the ballot. However, I also know we do have time until the August deadline, and in my brain, I would rather know this before I vote on that, personally, because this and the amount that it's going to cost to fund this should impact how much money we're asking for. It just should. If we're gonna go to voters and we're gonna say, we have a strategic plan and we have this vision for the future, will you help us? We should know what that looks like and we should know what it costs. I'm not saying it has to be fully done and all that. I'm talking specifically about these numbers. And now that I saw that you think there's a potential to have some preliminary information then before the August 3rd meeting, I just think it would be informative for this board to have that before we decide 7 mils versus 8 mils versus 0.75. That's my personal opinion on it. I think it gives us more informed information to go to the voters with. I'll also just say what really struck me from earlier in the public comment was the question of how are the children? And I think that will forever stay with me. And I really think it gets to, are the students better off in that outcome measure? And I think at the end of the day, that's the only one that really matters. Because the district holding up its end doesn't matter if it's not impacting the outcomes for our children. And are we doing what we said we would? Great, but is it impacting the children, right? So all these plans can go perfectly, but if it doesn't impact positively on student outcomes, it doesn't matter. So I want to make sure as we implement this plan, that is at the root of it all. And that, from my experience implementing strategic plans into large organizations, the most important thing we can do is ground it in something that matters to everyone. And I think that's what does, right? Holding people accountable to a spreadsheet feels less exciting than holding someone accountable to someone's future, right? So motivating them by what matters to them. And I would assume the majority of the people in this district matter or care mostly about the student outcomes. So just ensuring as we are talking about this, as we are writing all these lovely documents for implementation, that we continue to ground it in how are the children and make sure everyone knows that all of this work comes back to that. And we're not just holding them accountable to be a number on a spreadsheet.
Absolutely.
All righty. I see Board Member Matt, and then we'll keep going with others.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
So my question is very simple, just looking at the plan. There are some things that come to mind, right? I see the emerging priorities. And when I look at that as value statements, right? And while I think this is helpful information, I'm curious to know, how do we translate this into something that is innovative? Like what will that messaging be? The other aspect of looking at these value statements, to me, I think in 2026, we should be beyond what is showing up in these value statements. And so it is very concerning that this is what our constituents are communicating back to us, right? And so you've identified what the district will do and how we will go about doing these things. But I think a missing piece to the puzzle is a root cause analysis of how are we here? And I don't know if that was conversational, right, in the different town halls or the different committees that have taken place. Because if we are only focusing on what we're going to do, if we're only focusing on how we're going to do it, and we're missing that critical piece of how we are at this place presently, then we will continue to repeat the same cycle. And what I don't want to do is put out a strategic plan that's recycling the same behaviors. And so in this, we have to address some behaviors and mindsets and shift and reframe what that looks like. Because yes, we can communicate out that we have a strategic plan, that will continue to fall into the same gaps, right? And so I'm curious to know how those conversations are being addressed, right? And how we can then begin to move forward to implement this work and implement it with innovation as well. And if that's not possible, I understand that, because I do recognize that sometimes we have to sit with what is in front of us and be present with that and own that. But I do think that what has emerged is concerning, that we don't already have this, right? These core values within our district as a collective. And because we are not seeing that consistently throughout our district, what do we need to address so that we don't continue to experience the same concerns?
Yeah. Thank you for your questions. I think one of the things you mentioned was the root cause analysis, and that was really very much a part of our phase one work as we did the current state assessment. So it wasn't just looking at, what is the state of student outcomes today, but really trying to dig into that with central office leaders, with teachers, with principals, as we were out in schools and doing listening sessions, understanding what they felt was driving some of the why. And as you can see across then some of the priorities, they are really informed by addressing some of those gaps and opportunities that surfaced as we did that analysis in phase one. I think your push around behaviors and mindsets is a really good one. There will be a lot of change management associated with this plan. And so as we work with the superintendent and steering committee around implementation, that change management is one of the things that we will be addressing and talking about. How do you continue to communicate why every aspect of this plan is important? To Board Member Brewster's point, how it connects to the student outcomes that we want for all of the children within CPS. And just continuing to bring folks along. It is not a one-time value proposition. It is something that must take place over time. And I do believe that there is space in this plan for innovation. I believe that there are opportunities to engage members of the community and partners to support the district with that. And there is some foundational work that needs to take place. We heard a lot from teachers in particular around lack of consistency around support and expectations. And so making sure that we have that foundation in place, especially around instruction, will be really important as a foundation on which to innovate and build.
Thank you for that feedback, and I do look forward to, as we are now in phase 3, of seeing how that work will be, carried out. So thank you.
Absolutely.
All righty. We have Board Member Bolton and then Vice President Moffitt.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Several things, and I'll be as quick as I can. Some years ago, not the most recent one, but a couple of strategic plans ago, we did a kind of a preview or a kickoff, and we did it at Cintas Center, and we had a couple of hundred people at Cintas Center, and the energy was palpable. We've done it before, like in here, but it was just, and that's exciting too. But there was something about that bigger room, and that we were going off-site, and the partners that were there, the citizens that were there, the VIPs, so to speak, and as well as the grandmas and and babysitters. I mean, there was something palpable about it. And I hope we were able to, unveil the strategic plan in a meaningful way that way. Some things on the strategic plan, I do like the idea of CPS promise rather than necessarily a graduate profile, because that does seem kind of regular everywhere. I do want to see a little bit more, and this is probably narrative, it's not mind-bending or anything. It'd be great if there's just something a little bit more that captures that it's about Cincinnati and Cincinnati Public. It's still, the language, I don't know, it's, the vernacular needs to be a little bit more parochial or something. I love the idea that the graduate's going to look like that, but I want to see in this some way of pulling our families in. I don't see families in this as much as I think we need to, or even our non-CPS citizens and taxpayers, so that they have an ownership of this as well. And again, probably has nothing to do with student outcomes, but somewhere the community has to be a part of this, because we're going to be pushing this greatly. So a little too inward looking for me on that. We have to always redefine for folks what equitable actually means. It's not equal, it's equitable. And that is, people have to understand that things go to different places based upon need and based upon how making those differences and whatever. That always is a kind of an educational thing. Last thing, I think we mentioned last time, some of those working groups, I think the Vice President just said yes to this too. Is there some kind of community participation in some of the working groups, even if it's one representative? So it's not just I don't mean to say just the educators. Equitable resources, the Cintas thing, and the finance. I'm glad that you all are approaching it as scenarios. I think that's the best we can, in many ways, that we can do, as long as it's, as brutal as it can be. And I think the finance piece is important as it relates to the strategic plan and moving forward. And to Member Mapp's point, I think too, last thing, that system behavior. That in this, we have to see a behavioral change in the system. Not that we're doing things wrong, but that we are embracing something, and they're not going to just see the same old as we try to continue. We're a very innovative and productive district, but we also have a kind of a stodginess, Southwestern Ohio approach. So to the degree that we can see some system change, I think that'd be great. But involve the community, and most particularly families, in some way, so that they own this too. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right, Vice President Moffitt.
So thank you. It's always good to see you off the screen. A little old lady saw me one day in the store, and she was like, "Oh my God, you're much taller than you are on the screen. So you're actually much more beautiful in person than you are on the screen." I appreciate the data, and I'm going to share with you some things that were shared with me. I actually had an opportunity to attend the strategic engagement session at Walnut Hills. One of our former board members was in the audience, and she had an opportunity to be with the previous strategic plans over many years, and she shared some of her thoughts. But I do think that it's very beneficial, having been a community member that participated in strategic planning before, for the board members to hear some of the engagement from the community. What I heard in person is very different than the summations that I've heard here and at the board meetings and through the administration. So I'm going to share just some of those because it's very relevant, and I think it will actually shape some of the comments that I
have as well, and that some of my colleagues have also shared. I continue to be concerned that your community number of participants is 130-something. That is only 0.00388%. It is nothing representative of the community at all.
I
And so
completely
when
agree.
you tell me 78%, 82%, I stop listening, because that is not, that doesn't represent a sample that is representative of anything in my mind. When you say that you have engaged 300 community members, yet only 132 of them have participated in the survey, there's a disconnect to me. I would have expected advertisements on local media. I would have expected participation at the NAACP block party that was just participated in. For the amount of money and time invested, I would have anticipated that we would be at all community events asking for and expecting the community to participate in our strategic plan. For it to have at least a goal of 1,000, at least. And that should not be me telling you all that. That should be an expectation of professionals that you all are the professionals. But from April to now, to have this much opportunity to have garnered and interacted with and engaged with so many of our parents and our families and our staff. We've got roughly 6,000 staff members, and we haven't even engaged with that many of them, is telling. And so we have to do better at that. And to only have a few more weeks is concerning to me. I've asked specifically for legislators to have been engaged. That's 7 city council members right there, we have to have done better. But I want to share with you some of the comments that the community members heard and that they have said. And one of them is very telling. They asked specifically for the language and the interaction to be more lay terms. They wanted to understand the terminology that the questions are being asked of them, and they didn't. They didn't understand. They said, what does future planned mean? The language is very corporate and doesn't land with the population. Not all people stay on a path, quote, rooted in a community. Outcomes follow community. Nothing about growing kids as future leaders. Parents from each school need to know the data from other schools. Who is looking through this data? Who is presenting the data? And how does the community know the needs are being met or they're not being met? Is just because the board or the superintendent says so. Transparency, the data is missing. There is a step of a process plan and how to achieve those goals that's missing. What are the standards or the benchmarks that are being worked against? Struggle with schools being the main voice of kids in the futures, need family decisions to be included, and it's missing parents to be involved in the conversation. And the last thing, it says that sometimes there are too many things that the district is trying to do rather than to just make things simplistic. They missed the 3 E's as just part of the conversation. That's what resonated with them, was the 3 E's. They remembered the 3 E's as one of the district goals, and they wanted to put those things, no matter what we talked about, what they talked about, they wanted to put things in the 3 E's. The person who was facilitating said entrepreneurship, and maybe that's why they got there. And they said, but that fits in a 3E. They wanted the 3 E's. So rather than reinvent, they wanted to fit those things into a 3E. And so my point in bringing all this up is, as a board member, I would have liked to have heard what the community said rather than for us to fit something into something new. How about we build upon what the community has shared with us, and then we know what they're saying. I don't hear those summations, and I'd love to. So I did ask our IT people. I said, "Hey, were those sessions recorded?" And they're not video recorded, but they are audio recorded. And I do think those need to be shared with board members if possible, because that data is super significant. I don't know if that's possible, even if it's just a transcript, because the richness of what was collected, I don't hear, and some of the board members may need to hear that. So again, I'm going to ask if it is at all possible to have some of that is collected and screened and engaged with significant community partners that are missing, significant business leaders that are missing. I've asked for that a few times, but I know that they haven't been approached, and they should be if we can capture them. And we probably do have one or two more school events that we could potentially get. I don't think it's your team, I think it's the other team, but they need to pick that up and engage because that's what they were tasked to do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I very much appreciate your questions and good pushes. I wonder if we might go back to slide 12, and I fear that I may have moved past that slide too quickly. But slide 12 in particular shares some of the themes that surfaced during those 4 town halls. And I think Board Member Moffitt, some of them are very consistent with some of the things that you just shared out, including how families want to be engaged, including the push for transparency around the measures and accountability around what is and is not working, families as partners, not just kind of one-way engagement. And I want to clarify kind of the difference between the survey and the town halls. And so the questions that we asked on the survey, we asked in person during the town halls. And so while we offered the opportunity for folks in the town hall to take the survey, that was in addition to the conversation that they had with us. I will make sure to get to you we call it kind of the busy bee slide. It's kind of all the things that we did in phase 1 to engage community, and that lists the specific elected officials that we spoke with in phase 1, because I know that was an important part of the engagement. I completely agree with you. 132 individuals is not representative of this rich community. That survey is still open. We continue to work closely with the CPS communications team to promote it. We were very fortunate to have media at the initial town hall that RedCon facilitated, and I was able to see a couple of clips of very positive media coverage, and so we want to continue to get that out there because we do want this to be a plan that the community feels ownership of and embraces.
Thank you.
All righty. Board Member Crossett.
Craig, and thank you for being here in Cincinnati. I hope maybe you try the Skyline Chili or something.
It's on the list.
And thank you for your presentation and compiling all this. I kind of wanted to reiterate some of the comments that my fellow board member Moffitt made. I feel like phase 1, there's a lot of information you probably collected in phase 1, which just isn't here. Like, what are our strengths? And what are we going to build on? So that, in it not having to reinvent the wheel. Also, I do think that, I know you probably work with many school districts around the country or where you worked, but I feel like Cincinnati as a city, as a school district, and even our schools is fairly unique. I don't think we're like a lot of the other school districts in our state or even our region. And so I feel like Cincinnati's missing from this, and the uniqueness of what we've done in our history and our innovation just isn't showing through here. And a lot of that you probably collected in phase 1, but it doesn't seem to translate into, the implementation part or the working groups. Also, the working groups that you have on implementation, I feel like the 12 and 18-month window is good. But I feel like you're going to need to do it every year, all 4 years, and it doesn't seem to say that, so I'd be sure we do that.
Yes.
And the last thing I want to talk about is we got funded to do the strategic plan by the Greater Cincinnati Foundation. They have a strategic plan that is broader than education. Their strategic plan also includes community and affordable housing. And also we have another organization in Cincinnati, United Way, that is getting some significant funding, I think from GE, to look at the life of the students beyond the K-12 day. And I feel like there's some opportunities to leverage those two organizations, those strategic plans that will enhance the outcomes that we can provide to our students. So I don't know if you have time to integrate that or connect that or begin to connect that, but I feel like, that those are places where our community that really cares about us can actually help us more than just this strategic plan. So, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I really appreciate your comments around just highlighting the strengths and the uniqueness of Cincinnati. We will make sure that we do that in the narrative portion of that externally facing strategic plan. You said something incredibly important, which is that you will need to return to that 12-month planning cycle every year. Anytime you have a multi-year strategic plan, it is incredibly important at the end of each year to step back and to do an honest assessment of what has gone well, what has not gone well, where will you continue to invest, what will you switch and do differently. And that's why the measurement plan is really important, because that data will help you to make those decisions. You mentioned the Greater Cincinnati Foundation and the United Way. As I think this board knows, we do have an advisory committee that we are also engaging in addition to the steering committee. The Greater Cincinnati Foundation, United Way, Children's Hospital, Higher Ed are all represented on that committee. And so we will be sharing an update with them later this week. And one of the questions we will be asking them is where they see their organizations in this plan. When they look at the priorities and initiatives, where do they see opportunities for them to engage with the district to help advance this work?
Board Member Lindy.
That's great. Thank you so much. I had just a couple thoughts, most of which is thank you. I really appreciate the engagement from you all. I think the chance, both, I agree with what many of my colleagues said about the importance of hearing from Cincinnati and seeing Cincinnati reflect in the plan. And I think the chance to work with an organization that's worked with school districts across the country. I think you all also bring a set of perspectives here that's incredibly helpful, and I'm grateful for it. I think my first question was actually to the superintendent. I would love to know what you think about the strategic planning process and kind of where this is going, as you're the person who's going to be in charge of making sure it works.
I appreciate the opportunity to share. I am super motivated by the opportunity to create the conditions that are necessary for all of our kids, which is language I've learned and listened to Bellwether talk about and help our team get excited about. I believe in the North Star. We had conversations around changing the language about the graduate profile, because I know many districts use the language graduate profile. What is special about Cincinnati is one of the examples that they took away. And so I deeply appreciate that. And I am excited about the 4 priorities, because there's many things that you guys have discussed today. As we mentioned earlier, Mr. Lindy's comments about what does our professional development look like fits well into priority 1. What does the career and technical education, the workforce movement look like fits into priority 1. Board Member Mapp and her advocacy around wellness and the whole child fits very well into priority 2. And all of this around mindset and what we're teaching our staff and the staff that we're attracting is in priority 3. The questions around how are we going to be able to do this is priority 4, which is the governance, the decision-making, and what does the financial plan look like. This is coming together. I can envision this a month from now, 6 months, a year from now. I am incredibly grateful for the engagement that has taken place. I do think, too, some of this is just talking about what happened in the last week. And I want everyone to remember that Rice has been out in the community from the very beginning. And so some of that information has been shared over time, but maybe not specific to the feedback around, are these the right priorities? Is this the right North Star in this moment with what's being presented today?
Thank you. That's exciting and encouraging to hear. I had a couple other things I wanted to ask about or mention. To Bellwether, I really loved the 3 types of metrics that you have on there. I hadn't seen that before, and I think that all 3 of those matter. Do we as a district team do what we said we would do to set the thing up? Then our staff and our teams, did they go into the field and do the things that they said that they were going to do, that we need them to do? Then finally, did each of those things contribute together to an outcome for students that we care about? And it just matters so much because if you want to know what to do next, we need to know where the breakdown is. And having that data on that implementation chain, I think just feels very smart and very different from, I think, any way that I've seen us think about strategic planning or progress monitoring in the past. So I'm very excited about that. I think to Member Moffitt's point about the responses, I also share that concern. I'm wondering if we can be helpful. When we did the superintendent search, the last time we did a search, we had, I think, almost 4,000 people, or if it was, I looked this up, it was, I think, 3,700 and some odd people respond to our survey about what should we look for in our next superintendent. We did another one when we were setting the goals and the guardrails during the last administration. We had almost 500 respondents come in. And we could see, based on the survey questions, what zip code they were coming from, inside the city, outside the city, parent, teacher, staff, community member. So, and I'm sure if we went back through our records, we could figure out, how did we get 4,000 people to take that survey? Because I'm sure that did not happen overnight. But if we have runway to do that, and if we could be helpful, I think this really matters, and we ought to be able to get a representative sample of the city to talk about how they feel about this. So if I can help, so please let me know. I think that the question I had is if we could go for a second to slide 9. And what I'm trying to make sure I understand is if we let's just take the first priority as an example. It says here, every student experiences consistent, high-quality instruction and access to opportunities that prepare them for post-secondary success. I think if you got, and this question is coming from having not been a part of this process, so there's likely a good answer, I just don't know what it is. I think you could read that statement to 6 people and have them reasonably infer 6 different things that are not at all the same. And so I'm trying to understand how do we get to the point where it's really clear what behavioral commitments this is going to take from people. And the reason that matters is I think change is hard. It's going to, you mentioned change management. It's going to require commitment to certain activities. And for this to work, and before I can vote to approve it or not, I need to know whether or not we have buy-in for this plan, up and down and across the organization. And to do that, I think I need to, at some point, it doesn't have to be tonight, but at some point, I think need to have a very clear picture of what exactly that means. Can you just talk about that for a little bit?
Yeah, and so what I will share is when we when Redcon facilitated the town halls and when we administered the survey, we shared both kind of the top line of the priority description that you see here, as well as kind of the double click that then shows a little bit more detail about the initiatives that are under each of these priorities. So folks had a little bit more kind of information in hand in order to respond the extent to which they thought it was extremely important or very important. But to your point around the actions, that really is where the implementation plan comes in. So what is the thing that the district is doing? What does that mean for expectations at the school level? Which schools are we talking about? What content areas? What grade levels? What are those actions? Who owns it? And then the measures, right? So what do we intend to measure to know that that work is taking place so that not only the district can hold itself accountable, but so that the community can also hold the district accountable because we are intending to be very transparent about what the measures of progress and success look like.
And those are the priority working groups that are fleshing out those?
They are helping to contribute to that over tomorrow's working session, and then we have subsequent follow-up meetings with them as well.
That's great. I think all of this work, I think, is very exciting. I'm glad to hear the superintendent feels that it's going well. Thank you for all of your work in Cincinnati. I think we'll have another discussion here in a minute about the timing of all this. But I think this is moving in a great direction. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
All righty. So I'll give just a few thoughts here because I kind of want to keep us moving today so we get out in a reasonable time. But I want to start with just, and I recognize and appreciate the idea that we would have a huge, robust response to this and a response to the survey. I also worry sometimes that we have over-surveyed families to the point in which they get an email, they get a communication, and they ignore it, as they do most of our surveys, because we do not get even half the parents responding to our surveys in this district. And I say that in part because I think that also is a part of why we're not going to see and we will not see some huge, robust 10,000 people show up for the strategic plan offerings, right? Because that's just, the reality is that there's folks who have their already preconceived idea of what their voice means. And that's built off of the things that we have done. So to Board Member Mapp's point, how we got here also means, how did the district move in a way that made a parent or a family member or a community member say, they ain't gonna do nothing different. They're gonna do the exact same thing they did last time, the exact same thing they did the time before, and the exact same thing they did the time before that. And I don't say that to say that that means we don't get responses, but I say that also we have to recognize and appreciate why someone who would go to a town hall and hear things might say, same old from the district, right? And that's also Cincinnati culture. Because as much as we talk about wanting to be innovative and creative and do some wild and wonderful things in this district, we gonna have folks who say, but you're not doing X, Y, and Z like we did when I was in school, right? Like the same way you have a person who comes in and says, well, they're not reading the same book that we read when we were in school, so they can't be learning better than we learned. And it's like, it's not necessarily that we have to do exact same things, but we can learn the lessons from what we've done as we build to where we're going, right? And I think that's my sometimes worry is that I think we as a and we've done this as a district before, because we heard all the wonderful people who said we wanted innovative, we wanted state of the art, and then you bring them something saying and they go, whoa, wait a minute. I don't like that one though. And I think that's just a reality of the city. That is our city. As much as I love our city and as much as I love the great things that we were the first to do, or we were the pioneers of, and as much as we will continue to be the pioneers on some things, being the pioneer didn't come easy. You had to fight to get some of these things to exist, right? We look at Montessori education. Montessori education didn't come just by people saying everybody wants to be a Montessori student now, right? Like you had to have some fights. You had to get down in the dirt at times to say, we're going to do this, and we know this is the direction we want to move in. We want you there with us. And so I do think in some level, with what we're going to come up with this strategic plan, I would like for us to be telling some folks, get uncomfortable. Be not comfortable, because we know that we can get some real work done if we're a little bit uncomfortable. You don't get a whole lot done when you're comfortable, right? The second thought I have, and I think this is just my struggle with this, is in general from the start. I think I said this to you when we were talking about the direction we're going to move. I hate the amount of time that we gave you all to do this. I think the amount of time we gave you all to do this is woefully under what you would have wanted to do and what you normally would have done. For any other district who had came to you and said, in a normal time frame, what time do we need to do a strategic plan? It would have been 6 months to a year, right? Like a 9-month plan. And we said, hey, can you do it in 3? Can you do it in 4? And the reality is that contributes to what we get as a product backed, right? So like, I think that's all, I say all those two things to say that I think these are parameters that are around the work and the information we're receiving. The third thing, and I think this is the thing that I will say, I took from the folks who I know attended and some of the things that I went back and witnessed the session that was virtual. I do think we have to use language that is more contributory to people saying, I can see where they're going, and less in the speak of academics. I say this as a person who works for a university, which I will not name, but
we will.
but I know that this is an issue at universities all the time, because they go out in the communities and they go and talk to folks, and they use the big words that we write in books, and we use the big words that we make it sound so really deep and analytical, and everybody's thinking, and then everybody walks away with it going, well, what did they say? I don't understand a word of that. The thing I heard, and it's not necessarily from folks who just said they didn't understand what it was saying, what they were saying is that they didn't understand where we were going with this. So it wasn't so much that the words they couldn't understand, it was that they couldn't see where the words led to a point. And so like some of that also I thought was about maybe what they were being asked, or what they were being told they were being asked about, right? So like some people thought this was the actual strategic plan, from some folks that I got feedback from. And they were like, yeah, so is this the strategic plan? Like, what does this mean? I was like, no.
We're not done.
We want to know if we're going on the right path. Can you tell me if these priorities don't make sense? And they're like, oh, well, I had a totally different thought then. Like, I would have told you something different at that point. So like, some of that might also be inviting those folks to come back and give their feedback into the survey. Some of those things might be ways to like follow up with folks who maybe attended but did not, or we have information on. Those type of things I think are also still great methods of doing that. But I think it was just like slightly unclear. I think some people, and maybe this is also from the fact that like Channel 19 and I think it was Channel 19 and some other station was out there saying, like, strategic plan today, right? And it was like, no. The priorities for the strategic plan are being unveiled. So I think that is some level of us messaging better to what we want people to respond to. The final thing I will say, and I think this goes a little bit towards kind of the expectations on how we do this. You talked about having the 3 different scenarios for how we would like model the implementation with cost and funding options. I think there's a world of what we would be saying to this thing is that no matter what scenario you can produce, we're going to have to live with some decisions that won't be made for another 3 months, basically, 4 months. And I think that's hard for us as a board to sit with. I think it's even harder for some of our partners to understand why scenario B is ideally the place we want to be. When the thought is that, well, we'll fund, we can find ways to do the strategic initiatives. That's lovely. Part of what's also part of the strategic plan is this idea that our operations of the district will work. And I just think we have a real chance to say these things align for a reason so that we shouldn't have to worry about A and C. But that scenario B is our ideal, is our North Star of where we're heading. And how does that align to what the treasurer and the superintendent have been working on from our budget this year and potentially what our budget next year will look like, so that we're able to start the budget process in alignment with the strategic plan and in alignment with our goals of getting the revenue into our city from the levy. So I appreciate the hard work that you all have been doing to kind of put that process together, but I would love for us to be able to sit down and kind of say in an earnest way that scenario B is just about the extent of what our North Star looks like, not so much where our North Star is. We'll open up to any additional quick comments.
Real quick, real quick, for me, and this is just me, but one of the things that helps people and me as well is that we have, and this is all in here, that this school district is a PK 16 district. People begin to understand that when you think in terms of, I mean, we have the most muscular preschool program, certainly in the state, but also all this emphasis about what that graduate is going to be doing, and we're preparing for that, and whether it's career or college, or as Moffett mentioned, the 4 E's. People did get that. That was one of the few things that actually resonated, I think, very well in the community, was the 3 E's, and then people turned it into the 4 E's. It actually made sense and gave it, to your point, gave like the idea, where are we going, or what are we trying to do? But that PK 16, it is a mind bender for folks, I think, when they start to see, because our kids, many of them, regardless of which high schools they're going to, are getting out of here with significant college opportunities, significant career tech pathways. And I think that's where the community is right now. And that's why I think it's so good about this CPS promise, but that could nail it a little bit. Thank you for that extra time, Mr. President.
Yep. Well, again, thank you for making your presence here in person. I know Board Member Cross has suggested Skyline. I might suggest, enjoying a little Graders also while you're here. Maybe get a little bag of barbecue grippos while you're here as well. Just see what you can live through.
I love it. I love it.
We can recommend a lot of more quality foods, but those are our Cincinnati Jews. So,
Good to know. Thank you.
But thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
All righty. We will turn it over to Treasurer Guzin and Superintendent for the next presentation. So I think, Treasurer Guzin, you'll get us kicked off.
Yes, thank you, President Gregg. Let Rob switch presentations here. So for the moment everyone's been waiting for tonight, we're going to talk about the levy. So our request to the board tonight is simple. It's to pass a resolution determining to proceed. That would be the second of two resolutions required to put a levy on the ballot. And I'll talk about what our choices are as we go forward. If you go next slide, Rob. If we remember back to our last meeting, we had a recommendation from the Finance Committee. They last met on June 12th in this November to do a fixed rate 5-year levy for 7 mills. From that point, we had a very robust discussion at the June 22nd board meeting. We ended up with 3 potential resolutions. If you go to the next slide, Rob. So I put those on one spot, but we had three votes for certificates of necessity, 2 property tax and 1 income tax. Those are up there, so I will remind the board 2 things. One, that any vote tonight requires 5 board members, so it has to be a 2/3 majority. And then that secondly, we can only move forward those things that we already have a certification for. So we are at this point, if there's a resolution to proceed, it has to be one of these 3 options. So first option was the 7 mil property tax. We did have that certified by the county auditors. Will generate a little more than we had estimated originally. So about $66.3 million a year. Over 5 years, that would be $331.7 million. First collections would start in January of 2027. And you can see over there the impact on a property owner based on the different values. It's $245 a year for a $100,000 property. Goes up from there, obviously. Next slide would be the 8 mil property tax levy. So again, that generates $75.8 million a year in annual. Over the life of a 5-year levy, that's a little over $379 million. Again, first collections start in January. For both of these property tax levies, because of where we are, we're not on the 20 mil floor. These amounts will stay constant through the life of the levy. House Bill 920 will, as property values increase, decrease the effective millage. So that these numbers will be very, very true to the numbers. And you can see there for every $100,000 in property value, adding a mill adds about $35 annually. Go to the next slide. Our third option was the earned income tax. So in this case, what we did is we sent to the Ohio Department of Taxation the amount of money we wanted to raise, which was $74 million. That ends up being a 0.75% income tax. That's an earned income, so that's really on wages. It's not taxing retirement or other types of income. It's equivalent to 7.81 mills of property taxes and would generate, according to the Ohio Department of Taxation, around $370 million over the course of 5 years. The one thing about income tax that make them different is revenue will grow as long as wage income increases. So we looked at that. Recent average for wage increase is about 2.85%. So you could see up to around $2 million in extra revenue per year. You can see again, the table there is annual earned income, the amount of tax, and then the amount per check, assuming a person's paid 26 times a year. Next slide. So just a reminder of the reasons we discussed for new revenue. Additional revenue will keep pace of inflationary cost increase, fund our strategic plan initiatives, provide for priority facility repairs and upgrades, and build the foundation for longer-term growth. So just to talk completely about revenue, I think superintendent will come in with more of a visionary thing, but being the numbers guy, we'll talk numbers first. So this is our current revenue outlook based on our 5-year forecast. As you can see, it is incredibly flat. You're talking about growth or decline of, less than 1%, really less than even half of 1%. So if you go to the next slide, thank you, Mr. Crossett, for making me do this analysis. One of the things, and this is from May, is we looked at our revenue compared to a base amount growing at the rate of inflation. So we went back to fiscal year 22, which was the first fiscal year we didn't have the state pass-through funding for charter schools. So kind of apples to apples. And if you started with our revenue in that year, increased with inflation, you can see, the district kept up or slightly was ahead of inflation up through 26. Now you see if it changes the property tax revenue, that our revenue stays flat while inflation increases on past that. Again, this was done in May. Inflation numbers we used back then were a little bit lower. They've increased quite a bit. One of the things I'll say, that revenue gap there, that bottom column, in a way, that's kind of what we're looking at having to cut, right? If you assume all of our costs increase by inflation, that revenue gap every year really represents the cuts that have to be made. Obviously, the district can get more efficient in some areas. There are some efficiency gains, but a lot of this at this point is just cuts to services, cuts to spending. Next slide. So I took that graph and did some additional tracking with it. So you can see again, from 22 to 26, revenue tracked with inflation, and then the lines kind of diverge. So forecasted revenue is a blue line. You can see it doesn't grow. The red line is inflation. So again, I say that gap between the blue and the red is how much we would have to reduce every year to keep a balanced budget. And then you can see each of the levy proposals there. You can see the blue, you can see where the 7 mil goes, the 8 mil property tax and the income tax. The 8 mil property tax and the income tax are very close, but you see in kind of future years, income increases slightly more. If you go to the next slide, what we tried to do here was create a better expenditure forecast. So one of the things I would strongly recommend as treasurer, is any levy that passes, we have a plan to control spending in the first couple of years. So traditionally, the way folks look at a 5-year levy is you spend less in years 1 and 2. You kind of break even in year 3, and you spend a little more than you take in years 4 and 5. That allows the district kind of a steady growth. That's traditionally, the scary thing is if you spend all the money, if you basically budget all the money in year 1, you're right back into a cycle of reductions in years 2, 3, and 4. And so a lot of times you'll spend more that first year as you try to implement new things. You can obviously see the implementation of the strategic plan requiring a little more investment in the first year as we go. But what we did there is we modeled some different spending scenarios, took into account the fact that the income tax would take a little slower for us to realize the revenue. That's just how we see it because it's withheld from people's checks. It takes a while to get that, and it takes a while for the Ohio Department of Taxation to pay us. Income tax is much quicker. It's part of the income tax rolls. We start seeing that money, kind of as in that first half settlement from the county auditor's office. You can see there again, the line between blue and red is our gap between revenue and inflation. So the first chunk of any sort of new levy would pay that chunk. But then the other area there is the money that we would have for the strategic plan, for facilities repairs, operational improvements, and improving our cash balance. And you can see, being wise in how we budget, we can stay above inflation, for that 5-year period, and we could have money to do the new things that we've talked about.
And so in addition to all of those pieces that Michael just mentioned in terms of needs that we have for a new money levy, I mean, I just imagine a place on this next slide where we can really pull together all of those areas. So with our instructional practices, having more and more of our kids are earning associate's degrees, earning industry-recognized credentials, getting more college credit plus, more advanced placement credit. What if we expanded upon what we started this summer with our Montessori training program and dug deeply into what we could do around the community learning center model and resource coordination and environmental pieces with our green education and being a leader, as mentioned earlier, in preschool. What if we had a place where the community little leagues that are struggling with a place to play and to practice, we could design that for them utilizing property that we currently have that needs a little TLC at Jacobs Center. I know our president has been very crafty and creative with some design work. And I just think that there's so much that can be done that we can wrap our arms around with this new opportunity.
Thank you, Superintendent. The next couple slides are kind of from strategic plan, so I think we can probably skip those if you're willing. So I think we've talked about these. The last slide I just wanted to kind of end on is talking about, again, this idea of the strategic revenue plan. There's an opportunity now, which is up for discussion tonight, but we also know that in 2029, the district has an emergency levy that's expiring that will require a new strategy because emergency levies are no longer allowed. So there'll be work there in 2029. And then just to remind folks as well that in 2031, the bond behind our facilities master plan will be paid off. And so that then creates an opportunity for a new bond levy, a permanent improvement levy, but the ability to fund significant facilities, work.
All righty. I open it up for board members to comments, ask questions. Board Member Bolton.
Thank you. I'd like to go to that last slide that you've mentioned, and we've all seen this, I think, at least 3 times, but it's very, very important. And I think it's an effort to create a plan, to create a financial vision, if you will. And so let me ask some questions. If we vote for a levy to be placed on the ballot for this November, we have 3 choices, because we've already submitted that work to whomever needs to say okay to it. When would the money begin?
So the property tax levies are the easiest. So they're going to start in 2027 with the 2027 collection. So we would start seeing that money really by the first half settlement of 27. So that's, we get advances in January, but really by March, April, we would see that money.
Okay. So if we put it on the ballot for November, the property tax, what about the income?
Income tax would also start
Okay.
in January of 27. The only thing is, and talking to several treasurers, income tax takes a little longer to start realizing the money. So what happens with that is, all the businesses would be kind of instructed to start withholding, and then they would submit that money to the Ohio Department of Taxation, but you don't see it as quickly, but it would catch up probably within the first year.
Having been in a district with an income tax piece, I'm a huge supporter for that. I just worry it would be a big brain change for our constituents right now, but we can't do we would have the renewal. The renewal has to go away in 29, or it has to become something else. because of state law?
Yes, the property tax reforms basically eliminated emergency levies unless you have a natural disaster or your district is in financial emergency. So the one thing the state did give us is the ability to move that to what's called a fixed sum levy, which I think our emergency levies have kind of been fixed sum levies. Like they were put on the ballot, with a very specific amount to be raised, making it like the preschool levy. Everyone knew that was 48 million. Moving to the fixed sum levy does give you some advantages of carrying over some of the, tax credits and those sort of things. But it will appear as a new levy to the voters. I don't know that we can say it won't raise your taxes. It will be very different.
It's not a renewal.
It's not a renewal, right? So you can't use all the renewal things. So it's an opportunity to take a minute and look and say, is that still the right choice based on all the property tax reform that's been done?
And that's figuring in your thinking, is that renewal is there in some other form, possibly.
Yes.
And then how much money will there be realized when we pay off the 1.7 billion FMP?
So the FMP currently is running about 3 mils.
Okay.
So just around $30 million a year is the amount that goes directly to that. For the district side, but for a taxpayer, it's about 3 mils.
So those 30 million would not be having to be spent to pay off that debt once it's done, and we could do something. I just think the taxpayers want to see a plan, and I think they want to be able to understand what we're thinking. We're not asking for significant, a giant wish, and we've waited about 10 years. I'm very supportive of the, I know we're going to talk more, but for me, right now would be leaning towards the property tax, be it 7 or be it 8, but I do think that we need to do this tonight, just because of, there's less than there's 110 days before the election, and that's a heck of a time. And we know it's going to either be one of those three as to how much we're asking for. At least that's my understanding, because we did that preliminary stuff.
Yeah, I don't know that there's time at this point to go back and get a new certification and vote on it without adding a lot of meetings between now and then.
The two more things, and then the difference annually of the amount of money between the 7 mil and the 8 mil is what?
To use a round number, it's around 10 million.
Okay. I'm happy to do it the lowest possible.
It's between 9.5 and 10 million, but yes.
But if that means getting this done tonight, that might help us be able to fund the strategic plan, that difference between 7 and 10. I mean, that's something to think about, but thank you for this. I hope everybody appreciates with the superintendent, and I know we do, but I mean, the community, I'm sorry, I don't know that there's that many other school districts that have this kind of competence demonstrated on a monthly basis. So appreciate it greatly, all the work.
All righty. Board Member Armbruster.
Yeah, I appreciate all the comments from Board Member Bolton, and I definitely understand the desire to get it done today. I think where I differ is specifically that $9.5 to $10 million. And it is not a small difference when you look at the amount it's going to cost taxpayers. But I think it's really important for me to be able to ask the correct amount for the correct thing. And I can't do that if I don't know what it's going to do without an understanding of what the strategic plan pillars are going to cost. Because there's There's just so many things, right? There are the 3 pillars for the vision for the future that are on slide 13, and then there's the 4 strategic priorities right below it. And they all add up to the same end goal, but right now, there's no message for me in what that difference of $9.5 million could make. And I don't want to just say, okay, let's vote for 7 tonight because that's the minimum and we feel better about that, when I think and I hope and I pray that our strategic plan is going to give me a reason to want to go for that 8 and get that extra $9 million for our students. So I'm just really struggling tonight to have a good conscience in voting for either of them. I want one, and I'm going to vote for one.
Right.
That's not what I'm trying to say. But which one to vote for is really difficult for me without knowing. The other thing I wanted to say was I do think we have a bit of a messaging problem. If you look at slide 13, just because we have an entire pillar that's really about essentially the Jacob Center. And I'm not saying we don't do the Jacob Center, that's not my point. I think from a messaging standpoint, number 1 on the strategic priorities is instructional consistency, and we have 1 line in the entire slide 13 that says excel in literacy, mathematics, and critical thinking. I'm sorry, that's the entire point. We're not gonna be able to get high wage, high demand career and technology pathways for our students if they can't read or think critically. So for me, I think we need to do a better job of messaging and helping people understand the value that they're getting by investing in this district. And it's gotta be more clear than this. And I know we want to. I know we're there. It's what we're putting on slides that makes me anxious about this levy. So I just think we need to be very cautious about how we're messaging it, because there's so many great things that are coming out of the strategic plan. There's so many great things that I think this district is going toward, but we need the investment from the community to do it, and we have to message it properly or we're not going to get it.
All righty. Vice President Moffitt.
So I am going to vote for one of these 3, but I just don't think, I think a levy should be part of the financial strategy, but it should not be the financial strategy. And I'm not charged or excited by a future that talks about Jacob Center when we're also talking about furloughing teachers. That doesn't excite me at all. And it also, I think that we have some structural spending problems that I think we need to address, that I don't know if a levy solves those things. And so I'm very concerned that we are overly depending on the levy for solving structural problems that we need to address. And so I would like for us to be very realistic, not pie in the sky, not overly dreaming, but utilize a levy to shore us up. And then when we are stable, we talk about building the future, not talk about the future right now, and we're teetering off the boat. So for me, I am going to ask the administration a question. I'd like a very realistic answer. I'm going to ask 2. And this is, I'm going to vote for a levy. So please don't message and send me nasty emails about not doing it. So I got to say that because we'll get some nasty emails. If the levy fails, what is the administration's 3-year financial plan?
I mean,
I don't think we're
that's
that
to me, that's a fair
bad,
question.
But yeah, so it's no, these
I mean,
are,
it might be the answer, but what if it
There will
does?
definitely be more.
Because I'm
to
gonna just, 1 second, I wanna preface why I asked that question, because that's a very realistic question. We're talking about what's gonna happen. We're talking about, oh, we're gonna do all this innovative stuff, but the public realistically needs to understand why we're asking for this and what the consequences are if it doesn't. We're asking for this very realistically because they need to understand what the next step is in the event that it doesn't, and what is the cost of it not passing. And I want to also talk in realistic terms that you all have thought about this if it doesn't as well. And so realistically speaking, what is the plan structurally if it does not? Because I think that part of it passing is our messaging that we need it. So what is it?
So I love that question. Try to address your question and Ms. Armbruster's kind of comments the same, because I think they're two sides of the same coin. I don't ever know that this district can ask for everything it thinks it needs. I think even with the 8 mil levy, even with the income tax earning as much as possible, it's not going to magically fix all of our issues. We're still going to have to make hard trade-offs. There's still going to have to be tough decisions. I mean, I appreciate you pointing that out. And I also think, yeah, if the levy doesn't pass, and going back to the budget conversation we started tonight with, and I said, next year's budget conversation is going to be very, very different. And I think they're not options that people want to talk about, but they're realistic options. We have cut to this district, but we've cut within a model that we know is what's best for the students of CPS. But the next level of cuts are things that are going to be even more catastrophic. And we know what the levers are. It's, pay to play athletics, right? It's school consolidation. It's massive increases in walk radius for transportation. It's things like getting rid of district-wide magnets. These are scary cuts, to go to Ms. Bolton's point, and maybe they're cuts that the board's not willing to make, and the state ends up being the ones making the decisions. Sure. But the state's not going to preserve Montessori education for us. Right. The state's not going to preserve high schools of choice for us. The state's going to balance to the resources that we have. The state's not going to probably recognize our collective bargaining agreements. A lot of times that's the first thing out the door. So I think CPS will always exist because we're the biggest ones in the group, but the CPS that people depend on, that they're proud of, that they come to work every day and be proud of being a part of it, that might not exist with the current revenue that we're looking at.
I appreciate that, because that's a very realistic answer. And so that also tells the public that we're asking to preserve what we have and what we know right now. That's why we're asking for this. That's why these are difficult decisions. But it will look different in the event that we don't pass a levy. And people always get mad and say, well, you always make it detrimental to students. It will have to look different. So my next question, which would be my last question to you all, is which option is most likely to provide sustainable funding while fairly distributing the burden across community and maintaining public confidence, in your opinion? I didn't think it was an easy question. I'm just asking.
I honestly don't think that's a question for the treasurer. I think that's a question for the board. And I'm not trying to duck your question, because it's a very honest question, but this goes from the realm of financial stuff into the realm of politics. And Superintendent and I are the ones up here who aren't elected.
Yeah.
So I would prefer not to answer that question.
I got you. And that was actually a really, really good answer, because that's what my conundrum is of those options, which is going to give us this sustainable funding and distribute it across the community. That's where my conundrum is. So. But thank you, I appreciate that.
And Dr. Moffitt,
Could I ask you to ask him of the same line of questioning, give a dollar amount to what he just said about if it doesn't pass, not just that something bad can happen. We know there's $10 million between 7 and 8 if it passes. But if neither one of them pass, what's, to Kareem's point, what's the dollar amount that we would be cutting the next year?
The difference between 7 and 8, well, 9.5, 10 million. The difference between current state and any in 7 is 66 million
If it fails.
if it fails.
Oh, that's an eye opener.
Thank you, I think.
It's just
Ice cream.
a day of warm and fuzzy feelings here. Board Member Matt, and then Board Member Lindy.
So thank you for providing this presentation, and I would like to thank Treasurer Guston because you've included information about the income tax in terms of what the overall impact would be in comparison to the property tax. So if you could, I know that we discussed in budget and we had the recommendation from the Budget Committee about the comprehensive plan, which I really like, but now having new information, I think it would be really helpful, if possible, if you could articulate what that last slide, what that plan would look like in the event that it was reflecting the earned income tax.
Okay. I mean, I think it's very similar. So it's the last slide,
It's the
Rob.
last slide, I believe.
Last slide, Rob, sorry. Keep going. That one, go back one. Yeah, so I think it's very similar in some ways. The now stays the same. Really what we're talking about is a difference in how much money we raise over the next 5 years. All of these levy options that we talked about are all time limited for 5 years. So the income tax may give us, a few more millions, but it will end after 5 years. 2029 renewal is, I think, our largest fixed sum or emergency levy. I think it's 65 million, I believe. It's in one of the slides. I think it's 65 million. You're not going to get enough, even with a growth in income, to cover that. So you're going to have to go back in 29 with some sort of levy. And I will say, I think while we have this plan that goes out to 31, it's also important that we update this plan every year, just like a strategic plan. There will be a new governor, after this November. That could be good or bad to state funding for us. You don't know. There could be other changes, regardless. So we have those things to look at. There could be massive shifts in how the state funds. I mean, if the abolishment of property tax constitutional amendment goes through, and then between now and 2029, that throws this whole thing out. So we're doing the best we have to have a plan, but it's important to keep looking to say, we may find out in 2029, we may need lower millage, or we may need a lower income tax percentage because state shares went up. Maybe the state decides to fund our schools constitutionally, and we can go back and we can ask our taxpayers to renew at a lower millage because we're doing really well.
Yeah. And so thank you for that. And the reason why I'm asking this question is because I do think that we all recognize that, yes, we need new operating money. But I do think that it is advantageous for us to ensure that we are not only honoring the things that we need as a district for our students, but we also are ensuring that we are being responsive to our community as well. And so to that point about making sure that we are not only being sustainable, but equitable, right? So we know that property taxes have been a challenge for many of our constituents and our residents within the CPS district. And what I don't want to see is that we are taxing people out of their homes. And even when we talk about renters, we recognize that renters are actually impacted by the property tax as well, because what will ultimately happen is that we are seeing landlords or homeowners raising the rent. And what I don't want to see is that individuals that's within our community are no longer able to reside in our community and attend our schools that we value, right, and that they value. And so I have received additional information, which is switching the gears for me in terms of what I'm considering, in terms of what levy is needed. But ultimately, I wanted to see what that impact would look like in terms of earned income, taxes, in terms of the wages that's reduced per check. So thank you for providing that, as well as what this strategic plan would look like in the event that we replaced it with the income tax levy.
Thank you.
Board Member Lindy.
Thank you, President Craig. Yeah, thank you. I agree with, I think, everything that Member Armbruster said. I have a couple other points I want to try to make. And I won't speak, I'll speak only for myself, but I cannot vote tonight for any of these proposals. The bar that we need to be able to clear if we're going to ask voters for $330 million, which is the smallest of these three proposals, the bar we need to clear, I think, is a pretty modest one. First, we need to be able to show how we're going to spend this new money in very specific ways that are going to improve student outcomes. I believe, and I'm very happy about this, we're on our way to being able to do that. We're really close. We're definitely not there yet. This plan really matters. It's not just that in any general situation, we should be able to tell voters how we're going to use the money to improve student outcomes if we run a school system and we're asking for $330 million. I think it particularly matters for us. Across Cincinnati Public Schools, last year, our third grade reading pass rate was about 55.7%. That had gone down from the previous year. So there's a real need for us to create better outcomes for kids, and it's 100% possible. The reason I know that is that we see really different outcomes even within CPS. If you take a look at the results from Hayes Porter, for example, they have over 90% of their students pass the third grade reading test, even though their share of kids who are economically disadvantaged is higher than the district average. So zoom out for a second. Our scores aren't where we'd like them to be. We've seen examples within CPS that they can in fact be much better. We need a plan that shows voters how we're going to spend $330 million to deliver better outcomes for students. We almost have that plan. We don't have it yet. The second bar we need to be able to clear is we need to show that we have joint buy-in for whatever the concrete specific behavioral changes are that the administration, school staff, the board, whoever it is, whatever that we're going to need to take. It's what was behind my question to Bellwether earlier tonight. We need to know not just what the priority is, but what specific activities is that going to require of us, and are we all bought in together? If we can't show, here's how we're going to use the money, here's specifically what that means and how it's going to lead to better student outcomes, and everybody on the team, teachers union, administrators, school board, all of us are rallied behind this, I don't think we have any business asking the public for $330 million. And I think, just to reiterate this, these are things that we can do. We can do them on the timeline that we have. We need to approve this levy resolution by August 5th. It is July 13th. I understand and respect the treasurer's desire not to wait to the very last minute in case we mess something up. I think it's a good instinct. But we have 2 weeks. The strategic plan working session is tomorrow. I mean, this feels rushed to me. It feels not fully baked, and it's right there. I mean, we're not asking for something that is a huge, huge lift. We've almost made it. Let's dot the I's, cross the T's, finish the plan, and be able to go to voters and say, hey, this is something inspiring and important that we can do together. Here's our plan. Let's get this levy passed. I will vote for that levy. I can't vote for these levies tonight. I want to respond quickly to just a couple of the arguments that have come up in the discussion so far, because I think they're really important. There is an argument that says, gosh, without this levy, it will be a real financial disaster for CPS. I agree, but that doesn't mean to me that we take shortcuts. It means that we do this the right way. We have 2 weeks. Let's finish the plan. Let's get the financial model together. Let's go as a united board, united with our union colleagues, to the public with something we can all stand behind. I think it's really important that we do this right because the stakes are so high. And then the last thing I just want to mention, I want to tie this back to something that I think has been an important priority for this board, which is how we evaluate the superintendent. We did update one of those goals recently, and I want to read back to the board the language that we approved. The superintendent's 5th goal this year says, submit and secure board approval for a multi-year strategic plan by August 3rd. This plan shall include a recommendation for whether CPS should seek a new money levy within the next 1 to 2 years. If the plan recommends a new money levy, the plan will show in detail how new funds would be deployed and how those investments will lead to improved student outcomes. We have to do the thing we said we're going to do. It's not impossible. It's right in front of us. Let's not take shortcuts, and we can get this done. Thank you.
All righty. Board Member Crossett.
I wanted to just talk a little bit about income tax versus property tax. And we talked about this in our finance committee, but just to kind of reiterate, I struggle with trying to do an income tax now. I realize that it may be difficult for some of our homeowners, but I also think it's a pretty big shift in mentality for all of our taxpayers. We do have a predominance of renters in our district, and they might see an increase in income tax and not a decrease in rent. And so there's all kinds of other factors. I think if we have more time to look in a very sophisticated way at our income tax for 2029, I think we'll be more prepared on how to adjust for that and be able to communicate that to all of our taxpayers. So for whatever that's worth, that's where my brain is with the income tax. Also, I think there's just a ton of moving parts. Our state might abolish property tax, or we might, the lawsuit on vouchers might have an impact on how much more money we might get from the state. So there's some big moving parts that I think could have an impact on what we do in 2029, and I think we're already being prudent in considering those things for whatever that's worth. We are trying to anticipate the future with a longer-term plan. So I totally empathize, but I just share my thoughts.
So I'll give some quick thoughts since I haven't gone here. I think this is why these decisions are difficult. These are why these decisions are not as simple as, everybody come in, we just do it, right? Like, I think the challenge is realistically that folks have different values for different things in this process and importance or different aspects of this process. And I don't think it's for any one of us to say that one person's values on part A or part B or part C or whatever is wrong. But I think what we have to also recognize as a board, the decision has to come out as a board. And in fact, this one has to be a 5-vote decision, not even just a 4-3. I think we also owe it, no matter what decision we make, to hold both the district to a standard and expectations going forward, but also hold ourselves. Because I think we can't make decisions without recognizing the cost of our decisions. If we choose not to do something, that comes with a cost that tells voters a certain feeling and a thing. If we choose to do something, that comes with a cost. If we choose to go with property tax, we're recognizing that that's going to increase their property taxes in a way that is difficult. For some, their property taxes aren't being changed because the way the system's rigged, they don't have to pay for it. If we do income tax, we're doing it at a time period in which, quite honestly, the dollar doesn't spend the way it spent even a year ago. And for many families, being able to scrounge together an extra $200 a paycheck is not something they can do in a culture where our gas prices and food prices and other things are so high. Nothing comes without a cost. And I think that's the first thought I just kind of had with that. And I offer that out there again. With us making a decision or not making a decision today, it does come with a cost. I think the other part to it is something, and I'm always reminded of something, and I gave her attention last week for her saying we were going to get out at 7:30, but I'm going to give something to our wonderful person, Emily Bell, for something she said about how we all have to do this together, that we all need to be at the table. And I think that means also recognizing we all need to be at a table that recognizes and appreciates everyone's point of view about why it's so important, including families out there. I will tell you right now, I heard some folks say, y'all just gonna pay for more people. I don't want a levy to just pay for more people. Y'all need to do something with this levy. I heard folks say, we need to make sure we don't lose a bunch of people next time, so we need to do something with the levy. I've heard so many people say different reasons they would support a levy that I don't think it's realistic to say we're gonna encompass all of that into what this levy offer is, but what we have to be willing to say, and this is what I meant earlier about having the courage, sometimes we just gotta say what's necessary. Do what's necessary, and whether it's a vote that we all agree on or not, but do something. Because I do think there is an aspect of folks who are looking out and saying, same old, same old. And I worry a lot of what we are doing, a lot of what was shared in some of the comments that we heard from the survey, and a lot of what we've heard from folks today who said, tired of talk, I want action. Yep. The more we kind of not take action, the more this looks like we're doing the same thing we always did. I will say two things about the specifics of the levy. That my support it tends to be with the 8 mil. I just believe the reality is that if we are going to ask voters for some dollars, we should be able to ask them for a fair amount and tell them in greater detail. So I do respect the idea of this would not be the last conversation about how we spend those dollars, and this is not the last opportunity for us to share that thought, but I would lean towards the 8 mil. I think the other part for me on the income tax, I just do believe we're probably going to have to switch to 2029 levy to an income tax levy. I just don't think it's realistic for us to come back again in 2 years and ask for another property tax. And so I think that point is our more successful one to do so. And I think we may be in a better place. I'm praying here, y'all, that we have a better president in place at that point and a better government so that things become more affordable again. So it will take some of the burden off of that potential thing of an income tax. Plus, we have time to educate the public on what that will mean. And I honestly believe a levy campaign, in theory, for 29 should start after we get through the strategic plan in the first year of it, and really starting in the year 27, or basically in that fall of 27, so that we're prepared to have a real conversation as we go into 29, what that'll mean. The last thought I had, and I will share again, I shared this idea at our work session, I think in October of last year, or sometime a little while ago, about the idea of making Jacobs something that we could do something with. I don't believe this levy is gonna pay. I'm telling you right now, this levy wouldn't pay for Jacobs to be renovated. Jacobs is gonna cost way more than that, and that's not something we're gonna do in the next year or two. What I do think we have to realistically start to do, though, is have a bigger conversation and start setting some goalposts that are more than 2 years out. And what I think something like the Jacobs idea or concept is that if we're gonna do something 10 years from now, how do we plan for it? If something's gonna be done in 10 years so that we save dollars and we're ready for it, how do we plan to get there? And what I've struggled with on our board is that we have made 1, 2, and 3 year, at most 3-year plans. We have never, since I've been on the board at least, made a 10-year plan for the district, made a 25-year plan for the district, made a concept and an idea of what we expect to be done over these next 10 years, next 15 years. Again, I will say the things that I've heard from some folks is, I want something big. I want something to say that this is my district, this is what we do here, right? I say this all the time, we were innovative, we've been innovative, we can continue to be innovative, but if we're only thinking about where we are and not where we're going, I think all of these levies are gonna be hard to sell, because at the end of the day, I think the strategic plan will be wonderful. I can probably name in my hand 3 people who will come to me and say that's why they're gonna vote for this levy. They're gonna vote for this levy because they care about our kids at the end of the day, and the message should be about our kids and how we care about them and what we're gonna do for them and why these things work to make sure they're successful. I don't know that every person who goes to vote for this levy is gonna sit down and look at all the things that we think about as board members or even as folks who are so intertwined into the district. Because you gotta also remember, the majority of the folks who own property in our wonderful district are not current parents of students. Let me repeat that. The majority of people who own property in our district are not current parents of a school child.
80%.
And so we have to be realistic about if we want their support and their continued support, how do we do that? So I will turn myself off here now and see if there's anyone else who wants to give a last few kind of comments, and then we can decide whether or not anyone wants to put a motion on the floor or not. But I wanted to open the floor just again if there's any other additional comments. Board Member Bolton.
I think knowing that everybody is interested in voting for the levy, but is concerned about the timing and wanting more information based upon the developing strategic plan. I think waiting probably would have supposedly a more unified vote from the board, but as a person that's been on the ballot a few times and a person that knows we need to seize the moment and we need to look decisive when we are asking, I think I have a concern about going with income tax until 29, largely because our entire history and constituency and demographics in our school district are disproportionately renters. And yes, they will indirectly be charged based upon the increase in property tax via the landlord. But we don't even know data-wise or campaign-wise necessarily how to even mount that kind of campaign based upon previous campaigns. I mean, I think that what we're going to learn about the strategic plan and what we're going to vote on the strategic plan is in the evolution, and we will approve it and be proud of it. But I think we do need to act tonight if we can. And again, I'm predisposed to the 7 because I think it is a greater opportunity to pass. But I'm willing to think in terms of, since we are enamored, and properly so, with the strategic plan, I think we do build in with an 8. I think we do build in the kind of money that we probably need. And then we can use the success of its first year or two of the strategic plan to go for that mind-bending change of asking people for an income tax because they know we have to get rid of the current thing that we have scheduled for 29. So I would be ready to vote, and if we have enough time tonight, to suggest an 8 mil property tax levy.
Yep, Board Vice President Moffitt.
So I heard, just a point of clarity, I heard you mention that we need to have 5. I did also hear Board Member Lindy say that he was not voting. And I also heard 2 board members say that they were interested in income tax. So the numbers aren't numbering for me because I heard 3 board members say that they were not interested in income tax. So I heard you say that you're interested in property tax. So that doesn't.
Eventually, yeah.
Okay, well then that's a little
Oh,
different.
property tax, yes.
So I don't know if we're ready for the vote tonight.
Yeah, we might have to delay the vote.
I think that more due diligence, maybe we need to call on administration to do a little bit more work to get people either to one side or another. I think where we are, I definitely stand to be corrected if this is not the summation, but I do think that there needs to be more due diligence in getting people to one side or the other. There is consensus for a levy, for sure. There is consensus that people need more
I'm not
information.
altogether sure about that. We are for a levy.
I think what I heard is that, except for Ben.
No,
He said in August.
Mr. Chair, can I?
Well, let me finish.
Let's have regular order.
Let me finish my point. I think that there's enough support for a levy. It's the type that is what is causing somewhat of a consternation.
Of course.
I think that, for me, the messaging of income tax versus property tax
in my mind, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is a marketing messaging issue now versus 2029, in my mind, is very similar. We have a marketing issue that would need to be overcome. And we have, some marketing challenges that I believe we're going to overcome, but that is a messaging issue that we would need to overcome, whether that be property tax or income tax. It would need for a strategic message to get out so that people know why we need it, marketing, property tax versus income tax. It would need for a plan to get engagement with the community, partnership with the unions, and that would be property tax versus income tax. And to me, that is our responsibility as a district. Regardless of the type of levy, that needs to happen for either one. So I don't, in my mind, buy into the argument that it's a messaging issue. Now, where I do find some enlightenment is that perhaps in 2029, the renewal will have to change. That is some validity. However, we need to make a decision right now. And so I look at the income tax as a potential to make more money over time. I look at that it is more equitable. I went to a strategic planning session. I heard people say to me that they have always voted for our levies. These are people who went to Walnut Hills, have kids that have graduated from Walnut Hills, and these are people who are, no disrespect, your age and my mom's age, and said they are struggling with the property tax levy and that they would like to have an income tax levy. This is not Kareem saying this. This is Kareem repeating this. And so I also campaigned last year and heard people say that. So this is what I've heard from our constituents and our stakeholders. And so that is in part the reason why I asked for more data, because I've heard people say that. My question to the administration is, are we permitted to do any type of polling? Have we solicited any type of campaigning, or have we hired anyone to do any type of engagement? Are we permitted to do anything to see where the level of interest would be for one versus the other? Now, I know time is of the essence, but I'm just saying, do we have any type of preliminary data? I know there was a levy committee, or there was some interest last year just in talking about it amongst electeds.
And I think there's a bright line there between what a levy committee does and what the district can do. And I think this is important for all these conversations. The district can provide factual information around this. So the district can provide the same sort of things we provided here. The tables where we say, if this is how much money you make, this is how much money you'll pay. If this is how much your house is worth, this is how much money your taxes will be. Obviously, the district cannot advocate either way on any issue. We have not done polling. I don't know that we are allowed to do polling. I would ask our legal counsel to weigh in on that, but I'm thinking that would be on the campaign side and not the district side.
Do we know in Ohio what the odds of passing income tax versus property taxes are?
Now that we have data for. Several presentations ago, we did look at that. Maybe it might have been in finance actually, but we did look at passage rates from May, and you can obviously grab that data. There's a couple groups that aggregate it.
There was only one that passed statewide.
For the most part, all issues in May that were new money, did not do well, but specifically income taxes did worse than property taxes in May. And again, that's May. It's a little different election. It's a primary. There's all these other factors to it. So,
do we have any data over time, like the past couple elections, income tax versus property tax? Like, do we have data to substantiate income taxes versus property taxes over the past 5 elections in November?
I mean, it's certainly available. All that is available. Passage rates.
That would be
and all
helpful.
those things. I mean, I will say, like I said, Traditionally, property taxes do a little better.
Okay.
And some of it's really about the election cycle. Some election cycles see a much higher passage rate across the entire state than others, so you have to look at that too.
Just wondering if we had data in a governor election, a gubernatorial election, what would be the passage rate? Like any district that put a levy on, what would that?
My review is the same as Treasurer Augustin's, that I think you've seen an increasing frequency of districts in urban areas trying income tax, but with a slightly lower passage rate. In terms of polling, there's a prohibition against the district using its property or personnel in support of any political candidate or issue, and so in support of or in opposition of. So our rule of thumb has been we can information gather to inform the board up until the point where the board takes a vote, and thereafter we can share all factual information about what the levy would do, et cetera, but not with a vote for the levy or vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Board Member Armbruster and then Board Member Lindy.
Yeah, I wanted to get out of here early tonight, and that's clearly not happening, so I might as well keep talking. So, the slide that Treasurer Augustin put up there very kindly shows that the 8 mil levy raises just as much funds over a 5-year time period as an income tax. So, as far as what it's bringing in those 5 years, it's comparable. Now, when you talk about renewals, it has the potential to grow, all of that, I understand. But in that 5-year period in which that levy would, if it passes, raise money, it's comparable. Now, where it comes from matters, and to your point, the burden and all of that, absolutely. But what it's going to bring in is relatively equal. And I just, we all disagree because there's 7 of us and there's supposed to be, and this is how we are able to engage. We aren't able to do this in the back room. So this is okay. This is healthy. This is what we're supposed to do. You're supposed to see how it's made. I just want to point that out.
All right. Board Member Lindy.
I think that's well said. There are sunshine laws that prevent us from working out deals on these kinds of things, either in small groups or a whole group. To a question that Member Bolton was asking a moment ago about whether there is universal support for levy, I wanted to, in case it's helpful, clarify that at least from my perspective, I would love to vote for one of these levies. I would love to campaign hard for one of these levies. For me to do that with integrity, I have to be able to tell the voters what the money is going to support. I have to believe in it, and I have to believe that there is shared buy-in across the district. I do not think we have those things tonight. I do think we could have those things in a week and a half or 2 weeks. Take a vote that would still let us get this more than a week ahead of time before the August 5th deadline. And I think if we're doing anything other than that, we are not meeting our obligation to the voters that we're asking for more money from.
All right. Again, I think whether it's today or whether folks decide to make it a later date, I also will say this: we're not going to get new information about the levy options themselves, and I think we need to acknowledge we have been given all of the information about the levy options themselves that folks need, and then we need to stop asking the administration to give us more, because I think we're getting to a point where we're asking the administration to make decisions for us instead of taking the courage and making our own decisions. And we do this on a number of issues, we let a lot of that go, but I'll be honest, we're not here to make the easy decisions. We were charged with making hard decisions, and if we're not willing to do that, then I don't know why people ran for this position in the first damn place. I will say this: the way the process should go for us, how we vote on this, is that if one is brought to the floor, if there is a motion made and there's a second, there could be discussion still, and then ultimately there would be a vote. And if it got 5 votes, well, then the process stops and we move forward. If no one's willing to pull a motion today, or if no one's willing to second the motion, or whatever the case may be, sure, then we keep moving on to the next week. There is nothing fancy or great about this being persuasive in the process. It's just very simple. Somebody puts a motion on the floor, and it gets seconded, we get a chance to vote on it. I will say, again, maybe folks feel like we're not in a place for that vote, and that's fine also. What I will say is, on August 3rd, When we come in here, because we talked about this with the budget, and we went through this exact same process with the budget, where we kept saying we were going to put votes on the table, and every time we got to the meeting, folks were uncomfortable with it, and we've ended up where we ended up today. We don't have a second option on August 3rd. If you don't like what's brought out from the strategic plan, we don't have a second day of looking or another option. That is the drop dead end date to make that happen. And I say that for a reason. We operate so often as a district, and this is not just us, this is probably every school district across the country. I believe Akeisha probably knows better than I do on that end, but like every district operates with, we make the decision at the last possible chance we have to make it more difficult and make it more stressful for folks, which is fine. That might be how we have to operate, that might be how we have to make decisions, and it might get us the right decision. I don't know. I'm not here to make that decision. I just want us to acknowledge that is what we would be doing, that we don't have another date, we don't have another chance to do it, that would be the last possible second, and I would need board members to come ready to say either yay or nay. Because what I don't want to hear is us talking for 45 minutes to an hour about whether or not the options are this or that or whatever. At that point, you've got every bit of information you can go on and get, and you'd have to make a decision. So again, I'll if no one's wanting to make a motion at this time, we can move on, go through the rest, but Board Member Bolton?
You're absolutely correct. The problem is, I don't have an interest in having this board make a motion and take a vote and lose.
I respect it.
That I can't, because then we'll spend the messaging time, why the Sam hell did you vote against it 1 week and vote for it some week? Oh, because we waited for the strategic plan to open the vistas to the future for us. So I've been ready to make this motion for about 4 months. So, but I don't want to see it fail. And I hear in this discussion, we may or may not have, I think there's 4 votes, but I don't think that's for sure. And I don't want to risk voting against it, because what'll happen, or losing the vote, that's what's going to come out in the media, is that they didn't vote. And so in the interest of unanimity and total risk-taking, I'm willing to go home now.
Well, we still have more meetings to do, but
No,
yes.
I'm willing to go now. I won't even talk about middle school naming. I think this has absolutely been awful right now. And I understand why it is, and I understand that some are enamored with a strategic plan, and I am too. I'm hoping that it's going to be great, but whether or not we vote on this now or in August, you're still going to have to be messaging not about the strategic plan, but about our school district and our children and 200 years of history instead of 4 months of a strategic plan. The district's going to be on the ballot, not the strategic plan. And that's what we have to be aware of. If that'll make more people vote for this and get it to the public, then I'm willing to delay this, but I'm not going to be a part of a no vote after all this work. Not going to do
I
it.
understand. Superintendent Murphy, did you have something you want to add?
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate all of this conversation. I appreciate all of the push to make Michael and myself and the entire leadership team work really, really, really hard. I just want to appeal to you for your consideration to vote tonight. And the reason I'm saying that, we have a lot of work to do. We have 2 weeks before principals come back. We have to be ready for principals to come back. And we have to be ready and give them a clear message and clear direction. And we have to be careful about how we do that to not break any laws. No one wants to go to jail. No one wants to be in trouble. We really need your help. We have a lot of work to do in a short period of time. Obviously, I respect the decision that you make tonight, but I just need to ask you to please consider making a decision tonight. Thanks.
Board Member Lindy, then Board Member Brewster.
Thank you, President Craig. Two quick things. I think, Superintendent, to your point, the best thing that we can do for the entire organization is to create real strategic clarity. What is it that matters most? What's our plan to get there? And I think the way we do that is by finishing this process and showing the city, our staff, our board, that we are all united around a shared plan. Point one. Point two, I do not want to wait till August 3rd. I am compelled by the example that Treasurer Augustin gave of a district that missed being on the ballot because there was some small error and they didn't have time to correct it. I think that's irresponsible on our part. I don't want to do that. I think there is a middle ground where we get clarity on how we're going to spend the funds, alignment across board, administration, union, that we're going to commit to this together and vote early enough that we leave room for something to go wrong and still correct it at an August 3rd meeting. So I think we need to figure out scheduling for an additional board meeting. I don't think the time to do that is in this meeting tonight. But I would just like to go on the record as saying that I'm happy to do that. And I think it's worth it.
Board Member Armbruster.
I'm exhausted from my voice too, so don't blame me. I am, like, if someone makes a motion and they are determined to do that, I can support an 8 mil. I can't support a 7 mil because I have said over and over, none of it's enough. But for me, the reason why I asked to wait was because I'm asking a lot to ask for the 8 mil, and I want to know what the vision is. I understand not everyone feels that way, and that's why there are so many of us, so that we bring different perspectives to the table. But if the superintendent needs it, if people feel strongly that it needs to happen tonight, that's what I can do. I don't feel strongly about an income tax at this point. I just think it's too big of a leap to make for the same amount of money as the 8 mil levy. Again, this is part of the process. It's ugly, and this is what it should look like to have public discourse. But part of the reason I am hesitant and I want this is not because of the voters, it's because of the community members that are going to impact how the campaign goes. And I think it's important that we have buy-in from everyone at the table. And to Ben's point, that includes the union, that includes business community, that includes our teachers, that includes everyone. And I think the strategic plan just helps flesh that out. I don't think it's the be-all and all. I agree with you, it's the district on the ballot, but I do think at the end of the day, the people that are going to help support that campaign are important too, and getting their buy-in matters because campaigns are hard, as we all know. And so that for me is my impetus to ask for that couple of weeks, but I understand the administration and I'm on the record saying if someone feels compelled, that is what I can do tonight.
All right. Board Member Crossett.
Clarification, Board Member Lindy, were you suggesting that we have a meeting in a week or 10 days or something like that, just for this one issue? Is that what you're suggesting?
I am certainly open to that. The way I would think about it is to give the strategic planning team as much time as they possibly can to do the work, because as we heard earlier tonight, there's work that needs to happen yet. I think we need time to then get a demonstrated commitment from board, administration, union, and we need a chance to vote on it. I'm thinking out loud, I'd like to give as much time for that as possible while giving the treasurer the time that he needs to feel comfortable. So, I mean, to me, that looks like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
Yeah. I'm with Board Member Bolton in the sense that if we were to have a motion and a vote tonight and it failed, or even if it wasn't a 7-0 vote, I think that would be something that would not be so great. If we had a moment, a special meeting, and we could get a 7-0 vote, I would be very supportive of that. Yep, an extra meeting.
All right. Well, so what I will say is this, we appear to not have a motion being made today, so we will work tomorrow to send out 2 dates for consideration. I want to, I'll put it as an assignment later, but I'm assigning to every board member to commit to responding to that by Wednesday, so that we have a meeting scheduled on time and that folks come prepared to make a vote. And I will say this again, this isn't an optional thing, because we'll just pick a date, and if you ain't there, then we will go with the, as long as we have 5 people, we will go with the 5 vote. But I am wanting us to acknowledge that this is us. This isn't about the process, this isn't about the options, this isn't about anything else, this is about us, and us having our wants and our desires, and that's fair, but then we need to be committed to the work that is required to do so. And so I will work with our administrators, with Ms. Davis and Ms. Bruckner, to send out something tomorrow so that we can get a date scheduled, and then if board members will respond by Wednesday, so we can confirm that date and get that going. And again, that meeting, I don't expect us to be here an hour for that meeting. I'll just be quite honest. I expect us to come in, make the decision on that, and move forward. Because I think we have to be using also the staff's time better, the building time better, the folks who are sitting at home watching us this time better, the folks who come here from the wonderful people from the media who get to sit through this lovely entire meeting, need to use their time better. Everyone's time needs to be used better and more efficiently as we go forward in the future. So happy to move forward with our next topic. It's a lot more fun and friendly as a presentation, and then keep our board meeting going through the rest of this meeting so we can get out of here in a reasonable hour. So I will turn it back over to the superintendent to get to the next presentation.
So Rob, on the Our Community slide, I just really wanted to share with everyone, we are in enrollment and registration season for the school year, and this spring and early summer, we've put a huge emphasis on a kindergarten roundup. You may remember days when we would do that. And so through our early childhood department, we have been able to give every kindergartner who is enrolling and registering a packet, a kit to help them with their literacy, their numeracy, et cetera, and getting ready for the upcoming school year. So just want to encourage families, if you have a school ager that you would like to register for kindergarten, and really any grade, with Cincinnati Public Schools, we are asking you to come to the Ed Center. It also can be done online if that suits you, but we are in our registration season. Thank you.
All righty. As always, we always take as many kids as we can keep, so bring them on. That is our last presentation for today. We did have a couple of board matter inquiries that came before us. One was actually just a revisit from prior topic, but I want to go to the first one, which is from Vice President Moffitt.
Thank you. And I really do just want to say thank you to Board Member Bolton for not necessarily pressing a vote, but allowing the space to not have no votes. I think it is really, that's what we're here for, not to be made to feel like there's pressure or because board members don't want to vote or have more questions, that they are delaying something. I think that is extremely disrespectful. So I've said that. To my point around board matters, I did ask, I was preparing to ask this at the CAL for June, the SACAL for June, and we did not have one around the Montessori training program that we are instituting at the Bramble campus. We talked, I think it was sometime this year, but it was around our teachers being Montessori, being able to participate in Montessori credentialing at the Bramble campus, and modeling that after the Xavier Montessori training program, credentialing program, and tying that also to a retention piece in partnership with the union, and having, kind of like having them stay with us for X number of years if we invested so much programming. And Assistant Superintendent Klein offered that they were working on an MOU. And we just didn't get an update. I think she had said it was going to start in June, and it was scheduled to start, but we just didn't get an update at the June SACAL because we didn't have one. So I was asking about, since that program is now rolling out, how many did we have? What was the new programming? What did the MOU compose of? And we just didn't have that update. So that's what I was wondering.
Yes, we absolutely launched the program at Bramble's campus this summer, June. We do have an MOU with the union. I thought it was in the board documents, but I will double check that, and we definitely can share the MOU.
It may have been, but I wanted, because someone asked me about that, they wanted to
Yes.
transfer to the district, so I thought when we had a presentation, it would be public knowledge, and so that's why I saw it, but someone said, hey, is that a program that anyone can kind of join that wants to be
So
a
we-
Montessori credentialed teacher? And
We actually have a couple of teachers who are not Montessori or in a Montessori classroom right now who are participating in the program. We actually also, when we did the job fair at Woodward, we had people who were not CPS who became super interested because we had the opportunity. So we are hoping that that will continue to grow, and we will be able to grow our own.
do you know how
teachers.
many we have in the program?
I
to be
believe there were
credentialed?
25, but I'll double check the number. It's a pretty nice class.
Do you know how much it costs us versus, I know Xavier was like 200,000 or something like that for 20 or something of that nature.
Yeah, so we were able, so in the past, we would spend $100,000 and maybe have 5 teachers go through.
That's,
Is that
So
right? I
something like
believe
that. It
that's.
was crazy.
that's
number.
right, that's right.
But how much is the price differential? So we can do it ourselves at a cost of how much? It was a significant savings. I just don't remember. what
Yeah,
the
so
number
I
was.
can get that broken down for you. It is in the budget for the upcoming school year, but I can get all of that information.
Okay, we can put it on for next month, but also, I was just wondering, how long did they have to stay with us for the costs that they were incurring? That was what I was looking for, is,
Yes.
because a couple people have asked if they could go through it, and I didn't know what the expectation was, how long they had to stay with us and that. So we'll put that on for the next meeting. Thank you.
All righty. The other board matter topic was just a revisit to the naming of schools. We can certainly push this back since it's late of the hour. I don't know if Board Member Bolden had some thoughts.
Since you didn't let me go home, I
No, I'm
guess I
happy
have
to-
to, I
happy to
guess
do
I
it.
have to say something now.
I do, real quick before you speak, though, we added back the presentation that Assistant Superintendent Badgett provided to us with the survey they did,
Yes.
just to give information. I do think what may be helpful is for us to at least make some thoughts around if some of these schools we want to rename or those type of things, but at least get the process started in that discussion.
To that point, Mr. President, I would like us to think about the 6 schools that we have. Some of them have been called junior high, some middle school. My suggestion as we think about this is that all 6 should be considered middle schools rather than change the junior high, middle school. It's the middle school concept that we've tried to create, and that was really what was coming out of ad hoc anyway. We know that the Hartwell folks have been very strongly supporting maintaining Hartwell. We know that the Evanston folks are interested in maintaining Evanston. We know that Ethel Taylor, may she rest in peace, Ethel Taylor, come get us. I know her. She'd come get us if we changed the name of that school now, and she's well deserving. So that leaves the 3, and as I've said any number of times, I'm bound and determined somewhere along the line to make sure that John Isom Gaines appears again on one of our schools, and I think it does match the board policy. The students that have emphasized it have actually been from SCPA when they actually did research, I think with the Walnut Hills Community Council, and to resurface that incredible name. And so that would leave us with, there's a reason to think about South Avondale, largely because of the history of that neighborhood. And I was told by Assistant Superintendent Badgett that the South Avondale folks had talked about that it would have to be something to change it. They don't want to change it, but it would have to be something about the history of that neighborhood, a history of African-American leadership or what have you. That came up apparently in their presentation. One of the other areas to think about would be the Schroeder Middle School or Schroeder Junior High, whatever it's currently called, because when they removed John Isom's body from the Avondale Cemetery, he was taken to Madisonville. And indeed, he is still there, and they've just received a $700 and some thousand grant from the federal government to how shall I say it, improve and develop the cemetery where he rests in peace now. And Madisonville is proud of their history for sure, and so that would be an idea. And that, since it's Schroeder and it's the high school, that might be easier to change than some of the other. And then from a College Hill standpoint, Pleasant Hill Middle School, or Academy now that it is, it sits on Crawford's Commons, and Crawford's Commons is a historic place regarding civil rights and racial reconciliation, and there's a proud history in College Hill. And I think if we can just concentrate on those, all 6 being middle schools, if that would please the board as we think about this, and maybe if we can work Mr. Gaines's name in, I would like to try to concentrate on those 3 other schools, and maybe they'll resist or say no, and that will be their prerogative. But I'm just bound and determined now that I've learned so much about Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, I think you raise 3 good options. I do agree that probably Schroeder is the more natural from a name option, because the Schroeder School itself doesn't really have the same attachment as it used to have when they were all in one building. And so that's really the only building that didn't really have a name attached before we gave it a name. So I mean, I'm happy for us to explore the option of going through the steps for that. And as well as looking at whether middle school is the correct name to use against kind of all of them. So I think maybe what we can do is bring that back to the floor.
Great. Thank
Future
you.
discussion there, but I guess maybe get started with the potential, if no one else has an objection to the potential of naming Schroeder with John Isom Gaines' name. And I'm sure our wonderful historian for the district, General Counsel Hoying, will
He's
be
a
able to
big
give us a
fan.
great story to attach to whatever naming ceremony we come up with. Again, for the record, I will do, are there any assignments, I should say, from anyone else for the record as we're at this point? Yes.
I'm still in shopping for the correct percentage of economically disadvantaged. And indeed, seeing some of the material regarding the strategic plan, that number of 91.5 economically disadvantaged is influencing and informing any number of data points that are being shared along with the strategic plan. And I think it's a false number, and it's creating false data points that are currently being shared. So I would like, and I know we're able to do that via the county and via our own information. And I think it's important from I know Mr. Lindy and I got into it a little bit about it. It is a PR piece, but right now it's actually the way that our district is being portrayed, even in the planning on the strategic plan. And it's incorrect. And it's not their fault. It's the data that they got from us and the Ohio Report Card because of that nutritional program we engaged in. So I would like to see that, and I'd like to see that as soon as possible so that it does not continue to corrupt the information on the strategic plan.
All right. I don't see any board members objecting to, Superintendent, do you have that, to just provide data on the actual economically disadvantaged students numbers? Again, the only one I have for the board is to respond to Ms. Davis and Ms. Bruckner by Wednesday, so that we can get this meeting scheduled. A consent agenda has been distributed. Are there any exceptions to today's consent agenda? You
You can go before, no.
Y'all very
You can
deferring.
go before me.
Board Member Matt?
Okay, kind of need her to go first. So for the superintendent's report, I would like to vote no against Section E, line item 1. And that is on page 3. Page 4, Section F. And page 13, no for line item F, or section F, excuse me. And then for the treasurer's report, give me a second. So for the treasurer's report, page 10, line item number 7. Page 11, line item number 1. Page 12, line item number 6. Page 13, line item number 1. Page 20, line item number 4. And if I could abstain from anything that's reflecting resource coordinators.
All righty.
One other thing, and this is just a call out in the business meeting. I don't have the page right offhand, but I did want to reflect the budget vote. So it wasn't an abstention from the social workers, counselors, and purchasing from me. It was a no vote for that section for me. So I just wanted to have a
I thought it said
revision.
no there. I'll check that. So you said the minutes for the 22nd?
Yes.
So we can,
And then the treasurer's report items, the ones you listed, were those a no or there's an abstention?
So the treasurer's report is all abstention.
Okay.
And then
And
the
then superintendent's recs
superintendent's-
are no's?
Yes.
Thank you.
all right, and what we'll do is when we get to the vote on the consent agenda, we'll actually do an amended with just reflecting the corrected
Yeah.
points from the business
Yeah.
meeting.
So I approved the other budget
Yeah.
areas. It was just that call out for the
Yep.
social worker, counselor, purchasing piece.
Vice President Moffitt.
So I'd ask for clarification of from the superintendent and Dan on page 13F.
Yes,
Were you
ma'am.
able to clarify that?
Yes, so both employees' current salary is $80,997.51. And what you see now only reflects what the COLA would be. So essentially, they have the same salary, and it's just a change in allowing them to be a member of CAS, where they were not represented prior to.
Okay. So on superintendent recommendation, it's a no on page 4, item F. And then on page 13, those are promotions. It's a no on F and G, line item 3. And then on the treasurer, I have a question around page 29 for the career technical, the addition that you had, Treasurer Augustine, for career tech. That says continuing end of life. Is that an addition to that particular contract for career tech?
So continuing end of life designates a contract that's on its last year before it needs to be either rebid, renegotiated, et cetera. So, I mean, there's actually quite a few in here. You can see a lot of our curriculum from curriculum adoption rolled over. I think this is the same one. And this is a contract that we've had for quite some years.
Okay, so when we added that on, I was kind of confused about that one because it says by June 30th, 27, the percentage of students who score proficient on web exams will increase from 46% to 49%. And we added that particular contract for Hamilton County. Can you share a little bit more, or you were the superintendent, I'm sorry. Can we share a little bit more of that one? Because is that just, they already have an extension? They already have that contract? A little bit more?
Yeah, this is the second of 2 renewals in the contract. That little R2 of 2 there, note, says that this is renewal 2 of 2 possible renewals. And then obviously the KPIs are kind of redone every year. So I could go back and look, but usually, they're redone every year depending on, wherever the prior year finished, whatever progress was made, then the KPIs are updated.
Okay.
But it's not like the KPI from the start of the contract all the way to the end.
Gotcha.
It gets refreshed on an annual.
I got it. Okay. Well, then that's a no on that one. Thank you.
All righty.
Do you need a
All of
motion
that
for the?
All of that for now.
Yeah, so can get a motion for the consent agenda with the amended corrections to the
So
business
moved.
meeting.
Second.
All righty. Treasurer Guston.
Sorry, I'm still updating them.
Yes, sorry.
Yes. So I had
Motion from
Mr.
Board Member
Lindy,
Lindy,
motion.
second from Board Member Armbruster.
Ms. Armbruster, all right. All right, Ms. Armbruster,
Yes.
Ms. Bolton,
Yes.
Mr. Crossett. Yes. Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Vice President Moffett, President Craig.
Yes. Is there, say no further business today? The chair will entertain a motion for adjournment in a second.